Welcome, traveler, to Class&Cool, where campfires crackle, steel sings, and legends are forged one pull at a time. Tonight, we venture into forgotten ruins, brave, dangerous dungeons, and chase rare loot across wild frontiers. Allies may rise, enemies may awaken, and the next epic story could begin with our very first step. Ready your spells, sharpen your blade. The adventure starts now.
Alright, welcome back to Class&Cool. Today we're back on Monsters and Memories. For those of you that are not familiar with Class&Cool, I cover classically inspired MMORPGs that are currently in development, or maybe that are in early access or fully released. I come from a background of EverQuest, World of Warcraft, Dark Age of Camelot, etc., etc. And I just record the stuff I do in these games for myself, for the heck of it. So if it's your first times here, howdy ho. Today we're going to continue our little journey through Monsters and Memories. This is the closed beta. This is day, 8, 7, 6, 7? I don't know. It's one of those days. I think it's day 8. But hope you guys have fun. We're going to hop right into the adventure. Got some G.SKILL green armor yesterday, so yippee to that. And besides that, I hope you guys enjoy your stay. By the way, hope you're having a great weekend. Hope you're healthy and well. Wishing you and your family the very best. But without further ado, let's get right into it. All right, we're gonna head up to the bank, see what's going on up there. Maybe I can get me some SOW. That would be a good start. Let's see here. Any so at Noob Lift? You know what we really need? Actually, we need some trees. Let's chop some trees. Let's chop some trees. Oh, look at this cool looking bard looking person. Looking fresh. Did he like the hair? Did they give a new hairstyle? Yeah, they did. That's brand new. I know that. Did you steal my culture? Yes, and I'll do it more. We humans steal everything. What a lanky thing to do. Lanky is my middle name. See what I mean with halflings? I've said it many times, but that's about as far as you can trust these halflings. I was gonna say as far as you can throw them, but you can throw a halfling pretty far, so. Alright, let's see. Let's go chop some trees, guys. Enough of the lanky business. What's over here? I never went over here. get away from the rain for a second. Vontae, what's up, brother? He said first, smiley face. Brother, you know you're always first in my book. I wake up thinking about Vontae. I'm making my morning coffee, and I'm just like, this brew is for Vontae. Don't tell your wife. This bro love must stay a secret. Yeah, I did actually, when the halfling called me out, I just realized I am a human in a wood elf city. Interesting. Vontae said, now that's what I'm talking about. That's right. Coffee. Somebody left a comment a few weeks ago. I think it's like one of the 0.0.0.1%. That's not even a correct decimal, but it was a lady that watches the stream, and she was like, you know that much coffee is probably not good for you. I don't remember what I replied, but it was something along the lines of, last time I went to a doctor, they didn't find any H2O in my coffee, or some kind of dad joke. Oh, you know what? See, that's what I should be doing. I should be focusing on just raising my one-hand slash. It's only at 26. That's probably why I keep missing my shots. Yeah, look at that. Slashing increased to 26. You know what? That's what we're going to start off with, chopping some trees, and then we're going to focus on getting my one-hand slash skill up. Slashing. Okay, we're going to put this right over here. Yeah, all right, let's put that right there. All right, is there some more trees over here? Hope you're having a good night, Vontae. What does this little guy got to do with that kite shield? Oh, it's not. It's a tower shield. Rusty tower shield. Sheesh. Vontae said, yes, sir. I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Oh, cut. I got a chipped pearl, a tattered cloth shirt, and something else. All right. Yeah, give me a second. Sheesh. Gal and I are doing a chill grind tonight, killing Black Tide orcs, one zone from you, in fact. Nice. I'm probably going to head over to the zone adjacent to here. We'll see how it goes. I do want to get my last piece of armor. We're not going to discuss what happened yesterday. Ooh, all blood. Hail. Any chance I can snag a sow? Is this the same dude from yesterday that ported me? I'm happy to see like other Tolkienisk names. Like this guy's name is Gal Magorn. And that person's name was something else. Where is it? What's this guy's name? Yeah, Ethrasteel. X. This guy probably won AFK. All right, let's go. We're gonna put a campfire down while we're at it. Who are Gundu? Can I make a make a campfire? Okay, I don't think this campfire is gonna do any good. Shucks. Darn, I can't get a rusted buff right now because it's raining. I don't know why I did that. So you guys are just killing some orcs tonight, Bonte? That sounds pretty cool. Dude, look at this freaking tacos, dude. He looks like a like Saruman or Gandalf. Oh, no way. No way he's no, he's not. Who all Gal Magorn. Oh, he's a level 3 ranger, yeah. A little too soon to be to have any type of sow. Alright. Let's see what this guy has. Worn iron bar great staff. Dude, what the heck? That's 29 silver. Let's buy a bunch of stuff from here, and then we're gonna resell it. Do some quick retail arbitrage. Wait, did I just hear somebody doing a sow? Ooh. Storm. Ooh, storm leaf. Yes. Oh gosh. Please don't forget me. Yes. Thank God. You're a legend. Thank you. Look at these cool looking guys, man. Alright, let's go sell. else? I got some food. I got a chipped pearl. I got a Drake Fang. I need to sell that. And what else? That's it. I'm gonna need to buy some food. Nope, don't want to sell that. Drogu? Isn't Drogu the Yoda dude from Mandalorian? Sounds like it. All right, we need 14 rations. 14 rations. And we need 12 water flasks. Okay, we got food. Can't sell this pearl here. What else do I need? Oh, yeah. Let's see if we can find what we need. This time, let's try not to mess this up. So for the quest that we're doing, it's the green Drakeling scale armor. We want to get the pants, only the pants. We need 4 scales, 2 hides, and 2 wings. How many hides? Yeah. Four scales. And then 2 wings. Now we need a venom sac, which is the hard thing to get. Or not a venom sac, it's a poison duct. It's a green old thing. Okay, let's go look around and see if we can find it. There's only white. Okay, not here. Yeah, honestly, I think we're just gonna have to kill some of the drakes and get lucky. Okay, yep. So let's just go hunt. While we have this cell. Actually, that was a mistake. We need to go back upstairs. Let's go get our rested buff. Look at this cool looking dwarf. Looking fresh. I think he was trying to buff me. Okay. Keyword was trying to buff me. Ooh, what's this? Good. Oh gosh. Yeah. No way. Alright, let's get some shelter and let's get our arrested buff. They need to put like a tent or something. Or a canopy. So you can sit out here and not get wet. They might need to, I think they need to like rework the scale of these chairs a little bit. Or something. I'm a human. I should be like way bigger than these little elves. Carsamir, finally caught your stream. Yes, I was. Forgot it doesn't work on the lift. Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. So you're Warrior. Carsamir is Warrior. Who all Warrior? Who all Warrior? Level 10 Paladin, man. Nice. You're looking very fresh. You got some bronze armor. Thank you. Oh, heck yeah. And the rain started. The rain went away thanks to you. Turn horses. That's like an Alice in Wonderland chair. Yeah, seriously, dude. Alright, we got our rested buff. Let's head out. Thank you, Warrior. Or Carsamir. I added you to my friends list so we can group up. Added you to my friends list so we can group up later. And as in like later, like I mean like never, because I'm such an unreliable groupie. It's like, I'm joking. Violente has to like force me to join. He'll just be like, you, Dracos, or whatever my character's name is, come here now. And then he just adds me to the group, and I'm just like, yes, sir, I'm coming. Yes, master. Ublansky said, yo, I'll watch some Eminem for a bit. You better. Psych, but I'm just chilling right now. I'm just running around doing random stuff. I'm actually working on getting my last piece of gear. So we're going to be killing some of these Drake people. Oh crap, this person's about to die. Fernia. Oh, Warrior is targeting a Fernia. Never mind. Anyways, so I want to get my one-hand slash skill up. And I also want to get some cloth so I can make bandages for later. And I need a venom sack or whatever it's called. There we go. Carsamir said sounds good. Awesome. So I'm just gonna start killing everything I see. Except for these wolves, man. I don't know why they keep attacking me. Actually, I know exactly why they're attacking me. They don't like me because I'm human. Ublansky said, I wish Eminem was completely ready and I could get lost in it. Oh yeah, 100%. Me too. But the reality of it is they got a lot of work. I mean, honestly, I was thinking about it last night. You know, it just is what it is. Like, no matter how much fun people are having right now, the fact is they are still in very early development. And I was even thinking about like classic dev cycles. So like, what's the last thing that dev teams typically do? It's typically, hold on, let me ask ChatGPT, because I want to make sure I'm actually right about this before I say it. Okay. Where's the other corpse? Did I already loot it? Alright, so I said in traditional game dev cycle, what is the last steps the team does? So final art. So this is towards like the end, right? Final art, audio polish near the end. Teams may still be doing texture cleanup, lighting tweaks, animation, blending mixes, facial animation cleanup, VFX polish, sound mix adjustments, better transitions, particles, and hit reactions. So like a lot of the stuff visually won't even get done till the very end, you know, which that's probably still like 2 years away. And this is all speculative, right? I'm just going off of like a traditional game dev team. So like any kind of polish, anything that, you know, the modern gaming audience would expect to see in a finished game, that's probably not going to be in the game till like the very end. Where, see, I'm stopping myself because I want to be very careful, because I'm not affiliated with the dev team. Like I'm not involved in the development. I don't have any say in what happens, and I don't have any insight on what they're doing behind the scenes. But as a layman, as a outsider looking in, the way I see it is, if I'm about to go into early access and I'm going to start charging money, I need to finish my proof of concept, which is, you know, the proof of concept would be, is the game in a playable state? Can you log in? Can you create a character? And can you have fun and progress through the game? Is there a reasonable amount of content to say, hey, I can put 30, 40, 50 hours into this and have fun, right? I think for the type of game this is, or like traditional games nowadays, like a $70 game, you might get 100 hours out of it and be like, okay, I beat the game, I consumed all the content. So if you can get 50 hours out of an early access, then I'd say you got your money's worth, right? From the people I've spoken to, they've already put in hundreds of hours, right? So that's a check mark, right? So proof of concept is done. The game is in a launchable state, meaning you can log in and create a character, and you can progress relatively smoothly throughout the game and feel meaningful, whatever, right? So that's early access, like a traditional early access, not modern day early access where it's like, oh, we're gonna do early access, and it's like, dude, the game's basically done. So what's the next step from there? It's building the rest of the zones, building the rest of the cities, building out the rest of the races, building out the rest of the classes. Like, that's a mind-boggling amount of work that's still left. And I don't think people fully, like, grasp how much work is left to be done. You know? And it's not a knock on M&M. It's basically just like, hey, this is the reality of the game that you're excited to play. It's yes, it's going to be in a playable state in June 1st. Yes, you should log in and give them your money because that's going to expedite the development. But no, you shouldn't go into it thinking that, why is my archer class not perfectly balanced? Why does my spellblade not feel like the most powerful class in the game compared to this class, right? There's going to be so many unfinished things and missing things. And I just hope that people come in with like a reasonable expectation of, yes, I'm going to have fun, but no, they're not going to be able to get everything in month 1, month 2, month 3, month 12. Like, even by month 12 of early access, you're not going to see all your stuff in there. You know, you might not see it until 1.0 launch and then some. That's the expectation I'm going into this with, you know? And I feel like as long as people table their expectations, there's a better way of saying that. What's the Curb Your Enthusiasm? It's a TV show. I think if you curb your enthusiasm and go into it like realistically, you're going to have a great time. But if you go into it with a negative mindset and then you kind of bombard the devs with, I need you to fix this, or my class doesn't feel good, or this and that, and it's like, fix it now or else I'm going to leave. It's like, okay, well, number one, you should probably leave. Number two, like, why stress the dev team out? Like, they probably already know all the things you're going to say, right? So I'm definitely excited for early access, but I'm just like you. Where you said, I wish M&M was completely ready and I could get lost in it, Yablonsky. That was like a long-winded way of me just agreeing with you completely and totally. And just in case I scared some people away, if you're completely new to this project and you randomly came across this video, Monsters and Memories is being developed by a volunteer, unpaid team of random people that got together and said, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we can go back to the old school MMOs like EverQuest and, you know, Ultima Online and Classic WoW, where there was a real progression and real meaning in like your actions and all the stuff that you did, and you just had good old fun without worrying about, you know, microtransactions and all the other stuff that it plagues modern MMOs nowadays, or logging in and having to do dailies, etc. So if anyone is new and is into microtransactions, then this is probably not the game for you. But if you miss the old days of getting lost in an MMO and going on a Tolkien-esque D&D style-ish adventure, then this is definitely something that you should at least try, because you'll probably fit right in. And you don't have to come from EverQuest, you don't have to come from WoW, you don't have to have any MMO background, period. It's one of those things where it's so different that you'll probably like it no matter what. I think the learning curve might be similar to like Crimson Desert, where it's like Crimson Desert was developed by Eastern development team. So like their control schematics is completely different than how we do it here in the US. Like what's natural for them is not natural for us. So like, just like there's a lot of pushback on Crimson Desert, I'm using that as an analogy to compare this to a person that's never played a game like EverQuest. They would be like, why is this set up this way? Why is there no map? Why is there a corpse run? What is this? There's a lot of friction where it's in the beginning you're like, WTF, but then once you start playing it and you realize how the world comes to life around you, then you're like, now I get it. Now it makes sense. So you're saying it's not an on-rails type of game. Oh, it's not a theme park. It's not a oh, just log in and click a group button to get teleported to a dungeon with a bunch of randoms that you never talk to, and just finish the dungeon and collect your next tier loot, and then just yes, it's none of those things. You're absolutely right. It's more of you're reading Lord of the Rings, Tolkien for the first time. You know, you dim the lights, open the book, and you're just getting immersed into somebody else's world. And it's just like that classic quote from Variant back in the day when they launched EverQuest from Brad McQuaid. One of their advertisements was, "You're in our world now." So in this case, you're truly in their world. You're playing by their rules, and there's going to be a lot of danger and friction, and you're going to just be like, at times you're going to be like, this is not fair, and it's not meant to be fair, right? It's meant to cause you to ask questions of, how do I solve this problem in front of me? How do I approach this situation differently so I don't die this time? Which is pretty cool. For me, at least. Yablonsky said, "I'll be patient. I think we are all happy that they are making this to begin with." 100%. I think we're all on the same page. It's typically people that are on the same page are quiet, and people that are like the minority of people that are unhappy are very loud. So sometimes those voices drown out the majority. It's like we're the silent majority, and then there's like a minority of people that are just like, this needs to be fixed or I won't play, or this needs to be fixed. It's like, here's the thing, just don't play. Because it truly is the minority of people that are just look for reasons to complain no matter what the game is, whether it's Pantheon, Ashes of Creation, or literally any game, because they're terminally online, right? This is kind of like a hobby. Like which dev team can I tell how to do their job today? Anyways, Classic EverQuest is in the chat. Holy moly. Yablonsky said, yeah. Classic EverQuest said, "What up, dudes? What's up, my dude?" And by the way, for anyone that doesn't know, everyone here knows, but for anyone watching the VOD, Classic EverQuest, the name Classic EverQuest, if you check him out on YouTube, he has a really good YouTube channel. Phenomenal creator and really chill guy. So highly recommend you check him out. And then after you check him out once, you need to come back and check him out again. That's how good Classic EverQuest is. Fonte said, "Hey, Classic EverQuest, how you doing, bud?" Classic EverQuest said, chillin', how goes it? Fonte said, "Same, bud, have a great night, doing some chill grinding with gal." I wish I had a wife that played this game with me. That would be so cool. You're a lucky man, Bonte. But you already know that. Yablonsky said, "Yeah, I agree about the loud voices complaining about things. I love that Eminem devs know this and their thing. Know this is their thing and their creation." Yeah, 100%. I think Sean is really good at that, but keep in mind, like there's like 50 people, 50 volunteers, and each one of them have their unique personalities. Sean might seem like a tough cookie, like he can take the hits, but I'm less worried about Sean, and I'm more worried about the Zookins of the world, right? The goblins of the world, because they're right there reading the same comments we all are, and I'm not saying there's a lot of these comments, but I'm using the example of, imagine you have that loud minority come in, right? And he starts talking mess. somebody like Sean might take it just fine, right? But you know, you got the artists, the animation artists, the other artists, whatever. I'm just giving examples. They have to read this stuff too. I just hope that they have thick skin, because this is new to all of them. Like, I don't know how many of them come from a game development past, but not everyone, and I don't think not all of them do. And being criticized for your artwork, for example, is not something most people are used to. Especially like in an open forum. Like, I'm used to, even I'm not used to it. Like, I work in IT, and I've had reviews, I've had leadership provide feedback, I've had training, I've had retrainings, right? Can't say I've ever had a pip, but I've had situations where it's like, hey, this is what we need to improve and yada yada. But I've never had somebody come and just like disrespect my work, right? Think of it this way. These people are working like a 9 to 5. Now, I know they have a separate 9 to 5, but let's just pretend this is their full-time job developing this game, and they have to deal with these people just constantly. You suck. Like, I don't even know, man. It's such a weird thing. I don't think I could ever be a game developer, man. It would just be so awkward to deal with these people, because I'm the type of person that would just be like, all right, that's enough. I'm gonna reach over this desk and heck yeah, look at the number go up. Defense has increased to 43, 44. I feel like I'm landing a lot more shots now that my slashing has gone up. There you go, it's up to 34 now. I think yesterday it was in my 20s, and that's why I wasn't landing my shots. Samir said, classic EverQuest is how I found Eminem. Dude, that's legendary. That's like the highest compliment somebody can give you. I've had 1 or 2 people come in the past and say, or like leave a comment and say, hey, this is the first time I've heard of Eminem from this video. And like now I'm like stoked. I'm like, dude, that is the greatest compliment ever. So Samir just said Classic EverQuest was the one that exposed him to Monsters and Memories, which is huge. Classic EverQuest made a shy face. Samir, oh snap, love to hear it. Yeah, exactly. I know the feeling, dude. It's a very special thing. I mean, honestly, like, for the time that I've been following the project, one of the main things, I was like, how do we donate to the project? Like, do you guys have a GoFundMe? No. Do you have a way of taking any kind of funds so we can support the project? And the answer has been no. We're a volunteer team. Until we feel like we have a proof of concept in the game that's actually fun, we refuse to take our customers' money. It's like, okay, I get it. So how do I support you? And one of the things they said is like, just get the word out. And that was one of the reasons why I started making these videos. I'm like, all right, well, shoot. I mean, I was going to make these videos anyways, just so I can like document my experience. But since you say this is going to help, then I might as well fanboy over you guys. Bonte said, if you get any wolf hearts, save them for me. I will. J. Michael says, the adventure continues. Yes, indeed, it does. That's what happens, man. Like, I logged in yesterday tired, and like, I don't even know. I was like, I don't even know if I want to be doing this right now. I got so much other stuff, like sleeping, I could be doing. And then I logged in, and I was exhausted. And now here we are in day 2, and all I could think about today was, oh, I can't wait to log back in. Samir says, I agree, and honestly, the minority that you speak of would find something to complain about even if they got exactly what they want. Exactly. You cannot You cannot please these people. And I was talking to my mom today, so she's visiting from her home state, and we were driving, and we were just talking about like culture, and we were talking about a lot of stuff, but we started talking about cancel culture and how terrible the 2020s were, and how like people were getting their social medias deleted. People were like, it was just a terrible time, right? You basically, it was like there was thought police. Like if you didn't have the correct thoughts, you were basically canceled, fired, and there was a whole bunch of stuff, right? Even if like it wasn't anything controversial, if you just like kind of were just in the middle and you're like, hey, I kind of feel like we're taking this overboard, it's like, oh, canceled, you know what I mean? And I was thinking about it, and I said, well, you get to a point where you just need to stop caring what people say. You need to get to a point where you're just like, dude, I don't care what you say. You know, you're arguing with me in bad faith. Like, we'll use the gaming industry as an example. You're coming at me with bad faith issues. Like, you know that we're going to work on this, and yet you're complaining. You know that we're going to look at your feedback and consider it. But because you're coming in bad faith, because you're saying we're this, we're that, and basically at some point you just got to agree with them and be like, yeah, you're right. Everything you're saying about us is true. Is there anything else you want to say? No? Okay, good. You're right about everything. Get out here. We're bad. We're a scam. We're everything that you say, everything you're saying we are, you know? Because people just get to a point where they just stop caring. Because the words lose their meaning after a while. You know, every single MMO that ever comes out into early access is like, what's the most famous term that gets thrown around? Oh, it's a scam. Some of it is reasonable because people have been burned. We get that. And there's like reason to say, okay, maybe because I've been burned so many times, or because I've spent thousands of dollars on GoFundMe's in the past, now I'm going to be a little bit more cautious. But first of all, that's your fault. You made the decision to give that money out, so it's your responsibility. So you can't paint with a broad brush and just say everyone's bad because you decided to make a bad financial decision. That's a completely separate note. But just because 10 projects failed before this one doesn't mean that this one automatically falls into that category. And I think if you look at the issue or the context in good faith, and you actually are a reasonable person, which most people here are, and most people on the Discord are, and again, we're talking about a massive minority of people that think this way. Most people are very reasonable people, but the way this specific minority will look at it is like, no matter what you say, they're going to be unhappy. No matter what you say, they're going to say it's a scam. And no matter what, they're going to basically find a reason to say that none of this is legitimate, no matter how many facts you say, like, oh, well, God, you know, these guys are completely random dudes. They're not part of an organization. Oh, I don't care. It's a scam. They don't have a they don't have a GoFundMe, and they don't take funds from anyone. Oh, I don't care. It's a scam. They're a volunteer team. They literally have kids and families, and they go to work every day, and they work on this game in their spare time. I don't care. They're a scam. It's like they literally have spent $140,000 of their own money, and they post all of their details online. I don't care. It's a scam. So at some point when you hear that enough, you're just like, the word loses meaning. So you just have to accept it and be like, you're right. Totally a scam. Biggest scam ever. And the best part is, that's one less idiot we have to deal with, because so far I've been having so much fun with the people I'm meeting in this world. Like, everyone is genuinely super cool and down to earth. I think most of the people in the chat are people I've ran into in the game, which is pretty crazy. Dude, I didn't realize we got all this loot, but I really need the other thing. I need. Oh, jeez. Hold on one sec. We're gonna try to buy. Want to buy. I agree, and honestly, Atari, hey, CNC. Yeah, the long and short of it is negativity sells online these days, and there's a lot of unhappy people that want to push that misery onto others, and the best thing that anyone can do is block it out. Oh yeah. It's actually one of the reasons why I really did not want to make this public YouTube channel. And I've thought about deleting this channel multiple times. And mainly because I just don't want to be a part of any of that stuff. I don't want to be pulled into it. I don't want to be part of the discussions. I don't want my name to be brought up. Like, the more I can stay under the radar and away from all these good or bad, because even good attention can be bad attention because it just means more eyeballs, so there's a higher likelihood that weirdos are gonna come find you. Yeah, I've definitely thought about removing my channel altogether, multiple occasions, and not even because anything bad happened, but just because I don't even want to put myself in that position where I'm going to have to even deal with that. It's kind of weird, I know, but I don't go on Reddit. I don't go on forums. I don't go on social. I don't own social media. Like, I literally have no social media. Like, YouTube is the only social media I have. Because technically you can send messages or leave comments and like videos. So that's basically social media, right? I don't have Instagram. I don't have anything, basically. And I think I started that when I was 30 or 29. I deleted all my social media, and I never went back. And it's like, I can still see other people's social media. I can still, like, if I really need to find out something, like, I'm not going to log in, but I can still, like, go and look at it. Yes, sometimes people send me like videos like on Instagram, but I can't load it. Or it's like, you can load it once, but then it says log in. I'm like, sorry, bro, I can't rewatch the video you sent me because, it's making me log in. So like, but besides that, that's like literally the only downside. I've had nothing but good things in my life from not having social media. I guess the only other downside is if you have a big family and your family likes to keep up with you on social media and look at like family photos and pet photos and stuff like that. Like, yeah, they're the only way. You're gonna have to manually send that stuff, and social media is like a good buffer where you don't need to talk to them. They can just log in and look at your stuff and then go away. So if you have I have a small family, for the people that have big families, that deleting their social media might be an issue, But yeah, like, I don't want to be a part of any of that stuff, like, to the degree. And that's why, like, I do this whole YouTube thing a lot different than other people. Like, I'm probably bound to say something because, like, I'm just thinking what I'm thinking what I'm saying and saying what I'm thinking. So sooner or later, no matter how much somebody likes me in here, there might be something that they disagree with me, which is, I want them to disagree, right? But it might even they might disagree to the point where they're like, okay, well, I disagree to the point where I'm mad at you or something like that, and that's okay. But that's the type of freedom I want to have on here. I want to be able to say what I want and think what I want, without having to filter myself, right? But I come at this in the same way. Like, if I were to meet you in real life, it would be the same thing. I would think before I speak. I would read the room, obviously, and then I would say what's on my mind in a respectful way. But it doesn't always work, So I don't think there's anything wrong with disagreeing with each other. Hide pouch. No one wants a 100 at the bank. Chance to get, ooh, random 1 in 100. What is this? It's a bag belt, small. What does it do? It's just a hide pouch. Okay. 10 more up for grabs. Let's go to the bank and get one of these bags. We're gonna do some gambling, guys. You ready? Bovinger. Dang, look at this freaking cool looking dude. And 1 in 100. I literally pick up everything I see on the ground. I'm such a scavenger. Okay, let's see. Random 1 100. Ha! Look what I rolled, guys. You roll the dice between 1 and 100. You roll 69. Nice. Oh. Thank you, kind sir, and you're looking fresh. So the more people that I see that are higher levels, look at this guy. He looks like a crazy... What the heck? Look at that fishing pole. Bo freaking A. Bo Vagard. Thanks so much, and you're looking fresh. So what did we just win, guys? So we got a hide pouch. It's 7 capacity. And you can only fit small items in there, right? Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to keep it in the bank. Perfect. Sorry, I got distracted. Atari said, hey, Class&Cool. Yeah, the long and short of it is negativity sells online these days. And I know I'm just reading again because there's more to it. There's a lot of unhappy people that want to push that misery onto others. And the best thing anyone can do is block it out. Yeah, misery likes company. Atari said, but I do understand devs can't do that as easily. I've made an effort to find non-negative creators to follow. Yeah, and I'm glad you're here. And I hope that it's not considered negativity, talking about negativity, because, you know, we try not to have negativity, but sometimes we will address the negative things, and we try to address it in a more of a way of, it exists, here's the negativity, here's how I would deal with it. E.g., example, ignore it, ban it, leave it alone, don't argue with it, you know what I mean? So it's more of a rallying call is, hey, you're not alone in this. You don't like the negativity, neither do we. Here's how you push back against it, you know. Basically, it's like they say, vote with your wallet, right? The number one reason people drama farm or do anything negativity because it sells, right? Put them out of business. Well, with your wallet, you know, if the negativity is causing them success, then don't be part of the population that makes these people successful, you know. So in that context, sure, we might discuss negativity sometimes, but this is not a place for negativity, if that makes sense. So like, for example, when Ashes of Creation, when the whole thing failed, I was like, hey guys, well, I'm sure everyone heard the news, but it's very sad. I wish the best for the devs. And I think that's like literally the only thing I said, and then we moved on, you know. We didn't get into speculation. We didn't get into like the legal stuff. We didn't do anything. It's just like, well, that's very unfortunate. I wish them the best, and hopefully, you know, some way, somehow, it comes back, you know. I want to be one of the creators that when you think MMORPGs, you don't think bad things. You think MMORPGs are alive and well. You know what I mean? I've never said this, and hopefully I never say it, but I never say stuff like the sad state of MMORPGs. I don't think MMORPGs, I don't think the genre is in a sad state, you know? I think it's in a really good state. I think it's been in a great state. I think it's had the most success compared to longevity than any other gaming genre. Like World of Warcraft is 25, 26 years or 20 years old and alive and kicking. EverQuest is 26 years old, alive and kicking. You know, pretty much every major MMO that is worth talking about is still alive to this day. Like, I'd say that's pretty successful. And whether or not there's new ones on the horizon, this genre of game development is not one where you release a new one every year. It's just like an MMORPG is not meant to be consumed in a one-time session, but it's supposed to live on for years, and it never should have an end. In the same token, you can't have the expectation to have a new MMO every year or every 5 years. A new MMO might come every 5 years, and then if it's worth the stay, then it stays for 25 years, you know what I mean? But that's kind of the reality of like MMOs, you know? It's not like an FPS shooter where it's like, well, I play 5. I play, you know, Battlefield, I play COD, and I play Arc Raiders, you know, and PUBG, and this. And it's like, and then a new one comes out next year, and now I play 6 of them or 7 of them. So that's not how it works in the MMO genre. What the heck? Look at this little dude. Bro, this is trippy. We have a gnome that's miniature that has no head, and he has a Felstone Rage Collar following him. That's his pet. He literally has no head, and he's miniature. Oh my gosh, he's waving at me. He's so creepy. What the heck, dude? Sorry, I'm just gonna enjoy the vibe for a second. Looking good. Let me make sure I don't have my gamma turned up now that it's daytime. Dan Molina said cheers. Cheers to you too, brother. Good to see you. How much money do I have? Let me see if anyone... want to buy PST. J. Michael said, couldn't agree more. It's like the kid of overbearing parents who finally gets out from under their thumb and they go nuts, or a kid who shuts down due to too much Wow, I'm way behind on chat. And they go nuts. Or a kid who shuts down due to too much reprimand goes rogue. Yeah, it's a good example. Actually, I'm going to read that again. I couldn't agree more. It's like a kid with overbearing parents who finally gets out from under their thumb and they go nuts. Or a kid who shuts down due to too much reprimand and goes rogue. Yeah. Both of those are examples. Jima put this up for random luminous staff at the bank. If someone... Luminous room staff, 7 damage. Dude, this guy's just giving stuff away. Can I use it? Luminous rune staff. Who's what? Bow Vanguard. Looking for a new weapon. Hold on. Random 100. This guy is giving stuff away. Oh, you know what? Skill bilging. 7 damage, 35 delay. No, we don't need that. We'll leave it for somebody else. I don't... Any archer friendly gear for sale, trade, gambling. Hehe. All right. Most people from our J. Michael said most people from our generation did the same thing as you. Same thing as you. I noticed a lot of people drop off after college. Now social media is just a bunch of narcissists. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. It's but what am I wanting? You want a pouch or that staff? I think I won the pouch you gave me earlier. The staff is better in the hands of someone else. He's giving me another one. Okay, let me back away because now he's just giving me stuff out of the kindness of his heart. Let's take a closer look at his armor, though. Dang, his armor looks dope. Their armor looks really cool. Wow. Atari said, J. Michael, it does seem that many still super active are addicted to that attention, though like Class&Cool said, some people do still use it to talk to family, so I don't want to generalize too much. Yeah, no, but I mean, I hear what he's saying. Like, it's generalization is just like a point of getting a point across, right? Obviously, there's 10% this, 30% this, 60% this. But there's, it's like, think of it like this, like boomers, they didn't get into social media and they struggled to understand it when it did come out, right? It's kind of like trying to show our parents how to use Facebook, or they're still calling you 20 years later and they're like, I can't get the TV to work, right, with my remote. Now, that's a generalization. Obviously, there's certainly boomers that are totally fine with technology, but the general sentiment is because of the generational gap. Like a millennial is much more well versed with technology. I'd say they're even better versed with technology than Gen Z or Gen Alpha, because we grew up in an era where we used to, if we wanted to play a video game on the computer, we used to have to boot up MS-DOS, and then we used to basically have to type out basically like a hacking code, right? It might as well have been a hacking code because they're sitting there like /C CD and then open. It's like you're basically coding at the age of 6, just trying to get Commander Keen to load up, on MS-DOS. And then we experienced phones coming out and tablets coming out, and then more portable devices coming out. And we grew up in an era where we had to learn how to use each one of those tools the hard way, right? But we also got to experience the convenience of those tools. So like in today's day and era, we got an S24 Ultra or whatever, 26 Ultra, whatever's out now, the latest iPhone. It's got like OLED screens, and it's got like 50 times more RAM than the PCs we had in the 90s. So it's like we got to experience it all, But it doesn't mean every boomer doesn't know how to use technology. It's just like the generalization of, okay, a lot of people from our generation also went away from social media, and the ones that remained are narcissists. Like, obviously it's not everyone, but it's just like a generalization, and it's not so much people, it's more of a culture. Social media itself is a subculture, and it makes people have narcissistic tendencies. It's actually not so much narcissism, but it's deeper than that. You know what I mean? It's when you're constantly comparing. I've had this conversation with my wife before. I was like, you got to be careful looking at pictures of other people, meaning like people with kids, people with marriages, like even friends. You look at a perfectly polished picture of them on vacation, everyone's smiling, everyone's dressed nice. You don't see what's happening behind closed doors. You don't see the suffering they're going through. You don't see the arguments they're going through. You don't see any of the stuff that's happening behind the scenes. So you can't look at another family's, I'm using like for my family guys out there, you can't look at another family and be like, dang, I wish my kids were like them. I wish my wife was like them. Because that picture doesn't tell you anything. It's just like movie stars, right? What did we have in like back in the day before social media? We had paparazzi, and we'd look at the paparazzi. We'd look at the photos from the Grammys, and we'd be like, "Wow, I wish I was as cool as Justin Timberlake." I wish I was as cool as this actor or this actor. You know what I mean? And the reality of it is, you can't compare yourself to, just like you can't compare yourself to actors. You shouldn't compare yourself to other people on social media, because they're just that. They're actors. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, when I post a picture of myself on social media, assuming I had social media, and I'm sharing Easter photos of my family or whatever like that, it's a perfectly polished representation of my family, and it's not real. It's basically acting, So I don't think it's necessarily narcissism. I think it's just a product of the environment that social media causes. It causes people to act a certain way. And then when they see other people, it makes them feel a certain way. It's not healthy. Carsimir said, I've had enough. Have a good night, CNC. No, I'm just kidding. Carsimir said, have a good night, CNC. Have a good night to you too, brother. Any so at Lyft or at bank? J. Michael said, not for sure, Atari. I'm being hyperbolic for dramatic effect. Yeah, there you go. Just like what I was saying. Only you're using bigger words. I am still on it, LOL, though I really try to keep it to a minimum. And by on it, he means social media. I try to keep it to a minimum. It definitely feels unhealthy sometimes. Yeah, definitely agree with that. Oh, sorry, I misread that. So, no, for sure, Atari. I'm being hyperbolic for dramatic effect. I'm still on it, LOL, though I really try to keep it to a minimum. It definitely feels unhealthy sometimes. Atari said, yeah, I'm with you, J. Michael. It's crazy how you can read, like, just like with text messages, you never know, because text messages, you can't really tell the tone of what's being said, or if you read it with like the comma and the period in the wrong place, it comes out completely different, or you misread a single word. So I try to be careful in how I read these things. J. Michael said, LOL, the headless horse gnome. Dude, I can't believe, I don't even know what the heck that was. LOL, weird little feller. Yeah, that was. Yeah, hit the surf said run doom.exe. Yep, remember that. I mean, we were basically like mini hackers, man, trying to figure everything out. Let me put some wood on the fire. Atari said, sometimes I miss those complicated DOS days, but pressing install and play on Steam is pretty convenient. LOL. Yeah, I'd say it definitely is just a teeny weeny bit convenient. I would agree. Load star comma 8 comma 1 Vante. That's the old school Commodore 64. Yeah, I never experienced Commodore 64, so I can, at least with something, I can say I'm not that old. I'm not that old. Ooh, who are you? Harpa? You are my hero. Atari said, sadly, never experienced Commodore 64. No, don't say sadly. That would mean you're like 100 years old, man. I'm just teasing. I'm picking on you old farts. The old timers back to my day. All right, no more ageism for tonight. We're all in the same boat. If you're over 25, you're old. It's pretty much how it is. Because I remember when I turned 25, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm getting so old. And the reality of it is, you're either always old after you're 25 or you're never old. And I'm with the camp that I'm not old. I don't think I'm old. I don't feel old. I refuse to be old just because society tells me I'm old. I'm not old. And I don't think you guys should embrace that either. I don't think you should, unless you're into that sort of thing and you always dreamed of being old as a kid. Like, when I grow up, I want to be old. More power to you. But the older I get, the younger I feel. Or I shouldn't say the younger I feel. I just don't feel any different. Like, I don't feel different. I feel like I'm 13, but just with more knowledge. I feel like by the time I turned 13, I became the person that I am today. And after that, I just started accumulating wisdom. Because I used to have some very deep interpretations on life and deep thoughts. I mean, I remember as a kid, man, I was questioning the meaning of life more than I do now. It was actually very interesting. I don't know if I can't speak, like, I don't know if this is other people too, but I'm assuming I'm not the only one. But maybe, like, as a kid, you used to really ask the questions of what is the meaning of life and what is the meaning of this, and, you know, trying to understand people's perspective and perceptions and putting yourself in other people's shoes on a deep level of like how do. And I know there's also different personalities. Some people are more empathetic and some people are more pathetic. I got too many jokes. Anyways, but yeah. So when somebody asks you how old you are, just saying I'm 13 with a wisdom buff. And then they're gonna respond, it's like, well, it looks like you don't need a wisdom buff, you need a Sal because you're so slow. Hey. I need to work on my dad jokes. Dang, J. Michael said, dang, dude, your take on life gives me hope for humanity. I guess all the normies play old school MMOs. I think there's a lot more normies than you think. I just think normies don't get involved with stuff, frankly. And, you know, trust me, sometimes I also feel like I'm all alone, but I'll give you an example. I met somebody by the name of Monk Beans. I'm going to use his in-game name, obviously, because, I mean, for those of you, like Vontae knows who Monk Beans is, and you know, he knows that I'm talking about him. And I met him in Kelvin, and I met him because I was like a level 35 druid, and he was a lower level, and I think I randomly buffed him or did something, and then there was crushed bone belts involved, but I don't know if that's how the conversation started or if it led to that. But I ended up giving him like crushed bone belts and then some bags, and he was very grateful. And I was like, matter of fact, let's do this. And I was like, let me buff you, let me do this. And I started doing a little bit of everything, you know, just to help him out any way I could. We ended up talking, we ended up hanging out. Tell me why this is the same guy that has like 5 level 60s. He's got his epics. He's got more high-level players than I do, right? So he's like 10x better at Quorum than I am. And this was back in the Project 1999 days that we were playing together. And what else? Yeah, so anyways, we ended up talking in real life, and we're just close friends now, you know? We think similarly, right? Like, I'm sure we don't agree on everything, but we have similar thoughts. I mean, we talk online, we talk over the phone. He's like the mod for my YouTube channel. Before I even knew what the purpose of the mod was, I was just like, yeah, you want to be my mod? And he's like, yeah. So he's a mod here, he's a mod on my Discord. He's super helpful, you know? Everyone on my Discord loves him, you know? He's just a cool dude. And yeah, you're right. Like, I met him through a classic MMO, you know? I don't know if it's an age thing. I don't know if it's just like the slower paced nature of something like this that attracts more like a specific type of person. It could be a combination of those things, or could be that there's just a lot more normal people out there than we think. I think we're exposed to the weirdos through social media, through Twitch, through like seeing a bunch of 13-year-olds playing WoW and saying, oh, this is normal, you know? Dude, when I was 11, 12, and 13, I used to do some toxic stuff in EverQuest 2, you know? I when I was on Slayheim's podcast, when he was interviewing me, I brought up some stories, you know? Now, not everything was toxic in the sense of like calling people fart knock or something like that. Some of it was like, hey, let me figure out a way if I can like cheat in EverQuest, you know, because I'm like 12 years old. Or, hey, let me find a way of getting another person to lend me their account because I can't afford to pay the $10 a month sub fee. I mean, that's actually how I ended up playing, right? But you can't judge all of society based on the actions of a 13-year-old. And I think the issue is there's a lot more kids on the internet than you think. And I think we judge society a lot on what we see on the internet. And if you talk to normal people, you'll find out there's a lot more normies. And when I say normies, I mean just common sense people. Common sense people that aren't captured by ideology. They're not captured by agendas. They're not captured by a mindset that they're not willing to let go of if they hear a better idea. Like, that's key right there. Like, if you're the type of person that is dead set in your ways, and there's no talking you out of something, even when somebody brings you new information, right? That's a problem, right? You always have to stay open-minded to that life is fluid, right? It's not like static. Like sometimes I get new information and I'm just like, well, that kind of changes everything, doesn't it? Holy moly. And it doesn't bother me at all. It doesn't stress me out. I'm just like, well, I was wrong. Now I think of it this way because I was missing information, right? It's like you're trying to complete a quest, and it's like you keep doing it the wrong way, and you're wondering why you can't complete the quest, and then finally somebody says, it's because you need to turn in this leaf to this mob, and then you need to engage this mob for them to give you the next quest marker. Now imagine if I said, no, I refuse to believe what you're saying. I don't want to have anything to do with your way of thinking. I will do this quest how I have been taught to do this quest since I was a kid. It's like, okay, you can't argue with that, right? Versus the person that embraces it and basically says, okay, let me at least consider what you're saying in good faith and see if there's any reason or fact to what you're saying, you know? It makes life so much easier, you know, when you go through life as a open-minded journey. It makes you get along with everyone. It makes you avoid conflict with people. It makes life less stressful. It's you don't get captivated by politics. You don't get captivated by the news. You don't get captivated by all this stuff. You kind of just go through life chilling, man. Like, honestly, like, I don't stress over the news. I don't stress over politics. I don't stress over anything because I just look at the details, you know what I mean? And then I make my own decisions. And I think there's a lot more people that think that way than you think. So that was a very long-winded way of agreeing with you, J. Michaels. I mean, you say talking to me gives you hope, but I think there's a lot more normal people than you think, and we just don't hear about them because they're not looking for a platform to brag about how normie they are. Yo, look at this hand-painted rock. Speaking of rocks, give me a second. That's not what I meant. That's so weird. Oh, speaking of rocks, I'll be right back. That's not what I implied. Class&Cool, we wouldn't have thought that until you made that joke. Shut up. I'll be right back. Not for that reason. It's a quick bio. Has nothing to do with rock. Just, all right, bye. All right, I'm back. Since I exposed myself and I said I'll be right back for the rock, I came back with my rock. See that? It says courage. Just a normal rock. Hey man, jokes aside, the only rock in my life is Jesus. Anyways, all right. Happy belated Easter to all the folks that are into that. And to my Eastern European friends, happy Pascha. Or Greek and Eastern European, because I think today is Eastern European Passover or Pascha, because they go by a different calendar. Look at the God rays, speaking of that. That's a good segue. Look how dope that looks. Hold on, I gotta take a screenshot. Dang, that looks awesome. Our land said rocks for the win. Talentis said going to get your rock. Talentis said I have a rock somewhere. Someone put it in my work boots on the last day we were there. It's a pretty cool rock. I like it. Dude, that's terrible. There's nothing worse than getting I used to work blue collar, and honestly one of the most annoying things was getting a rock stuck in my work boots. Dang, I should really sell, but I don't want to go all the way back to town. The armor looks sick on a human. That's why I got it. Exactly, I agree with you. It looks really, like, I saw another human, I was like, yo, I need that in my life. It's like Fashion Quest all over again. All right, let's see. Auction. I really need this thing, man. I feel like there's less and less of these drakes that I need to kill, man. I need to find some more. That's actually what I'm working on right now. I'm trying to get the last piece of this armor so I can be done with it, man. If you were here yesterday, I made the dumbest mistake ever. I collected everything I needed for the pants, but then I turned in the quest for the coat for the chest piece instead. I was like, okay, I'm done. I was like, I'm not, it's 3 a.m, I'm done. It was kind of funny though. It still amazes me though. Like I don't know if I should say this. I was gonna say something about No, I'm gonna say it because it's nothing bad. So I shouldn't have said that because now it's gonna sound bad. But I recently played Adrenaline Online Adventures and I had a blast. I think it's a great game. Great game. Great play test. Client runs smoothly. Game mechanics work great. Feels polished already. But I went into it trying to play it like I play Monsters and Memories. Because out of habit because I was so used to playing Monsters and Memories. And I feel like I needed to shift my mindset I guess. Because I wasn't having the same fun I had the first time I played Agile and Online Adventures. So what I think happened is Monsters and Memories has a way of really pulling me into the world. The vibe, the atmosphere, the game mechanics, the art style, all of it combined. It's not just one thing, it's a combination of things. All of it combined really kind of pulls you into the world and makes you feel like you're a part of it. And I think I went into the playtest with a Monsters and Memories mindset. And I was struggling to find the fun. Like, it was fun. It was like, oh, this is cool. But then I was like, I wasn't enjoying the sunset as much as I normally do. I wasn't enjoying the music as much as I normally do. I wasn't enjoying my class as much as I wasn't enjoying the loot as much as I was normally enjoying it the last time I played. And I realized it was not the game's fault. It was my fault because I was going into Agile and Online comparing it to Monsters and Memories. And I've actually been vocal about this. I was like, I don't compare Pantheon to Eminem. I don't compare Eminem to AOA and vice versa and et cetera, because they're completely different games. Like, you can't pull mechanics out of AOA and then shove them into Eminem because, oh, but it's such a good mechanic. It's going to make Eminem so much better. Not necessarily. Like, there might be one or two things that are that way, but they're completely different games. Just because they have the tagline of, oh, it's a classically inspired MMORPG, doesn't mean they're the same, you know? My favorite, man. Let me take a picture of this beautiful hunky-dory man. Wow. Oh, let me turn off my face. Oh my gosh, so beautiful. Ooh, ooh. Wow, look at that screenshot. Oh, I need to post that. Hold on. Where's my Discord? Where's Monsters and Memories? Bro. Vontae, I just posted a pic. You look sick. Bro, you look sick. Look at his armor, man. And the little lantern. I need to get me a lantern like that. Sorry, I was in mid-sentence and then I stopped. I hope I didn't stop at a very bad spot. But so moral of the story is, as soon as I shifted my mindset and I was like, I am not playing Eminem right now, right? So I shifted my mindset. And all of a sudden it changed my enjoyment of the game, and I started having fun again. Oh my gosh, dude, what are you doing? Oh gosh, bro, I was what's the logging with my new green gear. Now I have to low-key be a scrub again. Yo. LOL. I'm sorry, I'm trying to talk like a Gen Alpha. Oh my gosh, that was dramatic. Alright, so let me look at what he just got me. Check out what he just got me, guys. He just got me these boots. Dang, look at these boots. 12 AC, 2 strength, 1 agility, 2 dexterity, 15 HP, sturdy boots stitched from thick cave hide. Bro, that's sick. It's awesome, bro. Thank you. You're amazing. So anyways, so I shifted my mindset. I was like, stop comparing it to Eminem. Stop looking for Eminem features or like sunsets or music, and just get immersed into what you're doing right now. And I started having fun because AOA has something very special. It has special gameplay. It has special questing. It has a very like warm and Shire-esque feeling to it. Like I don't want to say cozy. I hate the word cozy. So if you hear me say Shire-esque, I'm basically saying cozy, but I'm refusing to say cozy, so I'm saying Shire-esque. So it's got that like Hobbit Shire-esque feel. You know what I mean? And I just started having a lot of fun. And the moral of this long-winded story is each bow, I think by every game has something special to offer, as long as you're giving it a fair shot. But when you're comparing it to others, that's when you start running into issues. When you're comparing something to something else, that's when it literally takes the fun out of it. And just to go full circle, just like when we were talking about social media, when you compare yourself to other people that are allegedly successful on social media, it takes the joy out of your experience, because now you're comparing yourself to a shadow that doesn't exist. Talenthus said, Adrenaline is good, I just can't do the style. I hope it does well. Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing. I've heard the same thing about people that play AOA, and they said that about Eminem. They say, I think Eminem is great, it's just not my style. But Adrenaline Online is my style. And then there's people from the Eminem side saying, hey, Adrenaline Online looks great, but it's just not my style. I can't get into that style. And it's like, that's the beauty of why we need more of these indie MMOs to be successful, because each one has something. That's why I want Pantheon to succeed. That's why I wanted Ashes of Creation to succeed, because I want there to be like a PvP-centric MMORPG, because guess what happens when there's no home for those people? Where do they come? They come to Eminem, they come to AOA, they come to Pantheon, because they need to fill the void. So I want Ashes of Creation to succeed, I want Pantheon to succeed, I want Adrenaline Online to succeed, and I want Eminem to succeed, and I want them to be completely separate experiences from each other. I don't want them to be the same, basically. Arnland said, I got the vibe too, to be honest. I logged in for only the first day, then stopped, but I do love that game. I just I didn't feel it on the last test, even though I believe it's a really charming game. I think it's because I think for me it's and I'm just speculating, but maybe I think it's because I just came off of the Eminem playtest, and then I migrated right into the AOA playtest, and that's why I wasn't really feeling it, because it was like too jarring of a transition, you know. Again, I'm just speculating, but I had to like almost create a miniature paradigm shift to basically convince myself that this is because I just came off of the playtest from Eminem that I'm feeling this way, and I need to give AOA the proper shot it deserves, because I remember having fun, and it's still fun. And people ask me too. They say like, is what's like your forever place? And I always say Eminem's like my forever place. Adrenaline Online. So Eminem is my retirement home. AOA is my vacation home, and then Pantheon is like my Airbnb. I got the vibe too, to be honest. Arlen said, Talenthus said, yep, exactly. Arlen said, I did too, from Eminem, I mean. Yeah, we had just finished up the playtest from Eminem, and then, oh, not yet. Can I buy one from you, please? Somebody just sent me a tell. Yay, on my way. ETA. What rhymes with on my way? ETA. Forte seconds main. Oh, no. Bay. Is it Bay? Yeah. Yay, on my way. ETA Forte seconds Bay. Watch him respond and be like, never mind. Don't come. I'm gonna come. It's not about the destination, it's about the friends we make along the way. I don't know if I said that quote correctly, but I was just thinking about that after Monte gave me yet another gift. Dude, that's a massive upgrade from 5AC to this. It's double the AC and like a ton of other stuff that I didn't have. All right, let's see how much. One sec. Let me convert coins. Okay. It is 4 silver fair. Okay, 4 silver. Thank you, kind sir. Heck yeah. Pleasure doing business with you, Ferneth. Oh, kind ma'am. Yeah. Oh gosh, I couldn't tell, man. I'm a human. I couldn't tell if that was a dude or a gal, a dude or a dudette. All right, let's go get our pants. We're gonna get some pants, boys. All right, now I'm just being a dork. All right, this time we're not gonna mess up. Okay. Hold on. So we need 4, 2, 2, and 1. Four, 2, 4, 2, 2, and 1. Okay, now we can't mess it up. So 4 scales, 2 hides, and then 2 wings. Perfect. Hold on one sec. Sorry. Thought I heard something. as a dad, you always stay ready. You gotta stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Vontae said, have a good night, y'all. Have a good night, brother. Thank you for everything. All right, let's do this. There's the moment of truth. You guys ready? Oh, dope. Wait, hold on. That looks different. Look at these legs. I've never seen them look like this. Oh, that's pretty cool, dude. That's interesting. Oh, snap. Look, look, look. So I didn't even know this part right here had the leaves on it. So this is when you wear the full set, which is what you normally see. But if you wear a different boot, like I'm wearing the ones that he gave me, then it has this extra stuff here. So that actually looks pretty cool. That's different. Nah, I like it. I like it. Let me put my helmet back on really quick. I just want to see how I look with the full set. And then we're going to decide whether or not we're going to keep it. It's been a while since we wore a helmet. It's acceptable, honestly. I mean, kind of. It's not the worst. I mean, I got sick of wearing the helmet, but I guess now that I got the full armor set, it looks pretty dope. I still kind of like it without the helmet. All right, I'll be right back. Gotta go double check what that sound was. Yeah, sorry, I like it more without that. All right, perfect. Yep, just like I thought. It was just my cat. You don't take chances, though. You do not take any chances. That's what happens when you become a dad in a Second Amendment state. Shout out to my fellow Texans and Floridians. You know what I'm talking about. Always, always, always stay strapped. Always. All right, so we got everything. We got our full set. We don't need any of this stuff anymore. We can just sell everything. I might want to keep this armor. I'm going to keep this armor so I can give it to somebody else when the time's right. Rusty Warlands. Sell that. Okay. Alright, now we can go on an actual adventure. I wonder what's in here. Alright, let's go sell. Let's go to the bank first. We really need to explore the city more because I feel like they've made some changes and added some things. And I've yet to find everything. I think these are new too, these little globes. I don't remember that being there. It's pretty cool. Can you fit it in here? No, you can't. Alright, anything else we want to put away in the bank? Nope, we can go sell now. And we got some wood, we got some cloth. We have everything we need to make torches. So we're doing pretty good. All right, here we go. All right, bone chips, cooked, shattered. Green drakeling hide. I wonder if I should save it for a different... No, I don't need to save any of this stuff. I can always buy it if I need it. Perfect. Low quality pelts. I wonder where oh, I know. I need to find the blacksmith to sell that. Alright, we're gonna go level up now. And I know just the place. Let's see if this guy buys my stuff. Yep. Alright, we got food, we got drink, we got... might want to... Wait. Hale, are you porting? Oh, darn it. He's gone. Guard Captain Oakreath. Yo, this guy's tall. Yo, I can't wait to see the high elves. Look at this dude, man. You know what this armor reminds me of? I was looking at clips from Lord of the Rings, and what's that? Not Thranduil, not Galadriel. The guy from the Matrix. Who's the guy from the Matrix in Lord of the Rings? Okay. Hugo Weaving, Agent Smith, Lord Elrond. Okay. Lord Elrond armor. Yeah. Look, check this out. Darn it. Forsaken, bronze armor, Noldor armor. Okay, so here's one. And then here's another one. So check out his armor. Okay. Now let's go find that guard again. Where is he? Okay, let's use this guy for comparison. So look at this guard. And then look at Elron. Does that look familiar? That's tight. That's tight. We were talking about inspirations from like other games, others like from D&D, from Tolkien, and this was like completely original. I remember when Zukin was working on this along with ZBrush and other people or whatever, and he was talking about how the inspiration came from like, it's like wood bark. I've never seen this. Is updated. I've never seen it up close like this. But look how cool this looks. But when I saw this, it was like when I was looking at like Tolkien lore the other night, I saw like Elrond, and I was like, that looks familiar. Where did I remember that from? And then I remembered. There we go. That looks cool, man. That looks really cool. I want to see more of that kind of stuff, dude. Let me go back. All right, where were we going? What were we doing? I was dropping off some stuff at the bank. Okay, we're gonna put that in there. And how much money do we have? We have 3 silver. I think, oh, I know where we're going. I know, we're going to the Druid Guild because we're going to go to the lift. And we're going to head over to the next part of town. We're going to go kill some wolves really quick. Bane's Way said, can't wait to play it again. Till then, ASMR, Nightbud, thank you. I appreciate it, man. I will continue to take that as a compliment until I can't take it anymore. Well, I know what you mean, though. It's not just me talking. It's the sound effects and the music and the game and everything else, like the vibe. I think Robert Engstrand has done such a good job with the sound design that it really teleports you there, even when you're not in the game. But yeah, I'm only joking. But you know, Slayheim and other people, is that in the interview he did with me, he's like, Class&Cool is the closest thing that we've got to Monsters and Memories ASMR. And I was like, holy crap, he did not just start the interview with that. I was like, not in a bad way, like holy crap, like in a funny way, like he did not. No, he didn't. But he's not the first person. There's been a lot of people that have said that. And as much as it's not intentional, like I'm not mad at it, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, if some people say it's relaxing or whatever to listen to some monotone dude mumble for 3 hours, then so be it, you know. But it's not intentional. That's what I'm trying to say. It's late. Everyone's asleep. So this is just how I talk when it's quiet. If people want to call that ASMR, it's fine. I'm not going to say they're wrong. Look at with the combination of the visuals and the music, just watch and listen. One sec. Any so to spare? love goblins, dude. Screenshot. Look at this, man. Oh, we gotta take a screenshot, guys. Sorry. With the mushrooms and everything. Hold on. With the trees poking out right here. Hold on, right there. Right there. Dude, this is so cool. All right, now we're just gonna go for a quick run and I'm gonna shut up and you guys just enjoy the view and the sounds. All right, I'm back. I just thought that was cool. Hi there. I am 1.5 blues from Ding. Was wondering if I could group with you for a few min. Or snag on a few pulls. Up to you. Teamwork makes the dream work. After that, I'm gonna head to the adjacent zone to explore. It should be enough for the little XP I need, but I don't want to take anything away from you, of course. All right. Thank you kindly. Now we're gonna level up. We're gonna get to level 10 and we're gonna see what this new spell does. Let's see. An ability scroll. Scribe this to the Nate's tab of your ability book. Fire an aimed shot at your target, dealing 100% at level 1 to 150% at level 60 weapon damage plus 1 at level 1 to 80 at level 60 physical damage, and reducing incoming healing effects by 50% for 30 seconds. Additionally, if your target is below... Oops. Alright, we gotta pull aggro from this dude so he's not getting hurt. Two. I'll pull the 1. 3, 2, 1. Heal up and I'll pull the next ones. Alright, I'm gonna be a puller, guys. Nice. Are you not looting? Okay. Just cleaning up. All right. Oops. Let's turn off the gamma to 50. All right, here we go, folks. Nice. We are really close to leveling up. I feel like this is dangerous. Yeah, let's just wait. All right, I think we're about to level up. Heck yeah, we just did it, boys. All right, let's memorize this. Wait. All right, let's see what this new skill does. Let me see if I still get any XP out of this. Yeah, I still get XP. Can I stick around for a few more pulls just to get some buffer XP? All right, let's do this. Aimed shot. So what just happened? So your aim shot hits for 15 points. So is this like one of those like one-time things where you when you like kind of like how a rogue backstabs to start the fight? Let me think about this. So fire an aim shot at your target, dealing 100%. Yeah, it's basically like it's like a starter. So like if I was a rogue, I would sneak up behind somebody and then I would backstab him. And in this case, the goal is to get off like a big shot or whatever. Yeah, that's big damage right there. We're gonna save the wolf blood for our friend Vontae. Vontae was the one that wanted the wolf blood, I think. Turvanillis said, I love your, hey brother, love your style. Hey brother, love you for being you. Thank you for the kind words. That's awesome. Let me see if aim shot works from up close. No, it doesn't. Heck yeah, dude. This is great. Even though it's not a lot of XP, this is giving us the buffer that we need. Dude, I love the way the armor looks on that Necro. That's so dope. Alright, let's... ooh, more wolf blood. More fangs. Look at those cute little beans. Look at those beans. Are you still getting XP though? Alright, here we go. Perfect. Heck yeah. Alright, let's see. Nope. If I pull him, I'll get all three and then we're gonna die. Hey brother, love your style. On June 1st when M&M launches, what's your class? Probably a druid. So I've said this before, but my goal for early access is I don't want to reach a really high level. Oh, is he fighting? So yeah, my goal is not to like play to level 60 when a game launches. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a lot of alts. So what I'm thinking about doing is I'm gonna play a druid first and get it's gonna be, I always play a druid, right? So I want to make a druid, maybe get him to like level 25, maybe 30, and then from there I'm gonna probably do a spellblade or an archer. I also want to do an elementalist and something else. So I'm going to be trying a lot of different classes. I'm going to be playing all of them below level 30. So like I'll make it to like level 20, level 25, and then I'll create an alt. And then I'll get another character to like level 15 and make an alt. And then I'll get another character to like level 30 and then make an alt. So I'm going to be an altaholic. And the purpose of that is because I don't want to consume the content. Like I don't want to min-max to level 60. I don't want to min-max and do every single quest. I don't want to explore every single crevice. And I don't want to do that until 1.0 launches. Because one of the things that makes these worlds feel so alive is like when you play games like EverQuest or World of Warcraft, when you look at the map, whether it's in game or out of the game, and you look at the continents, and you look at the different starting city, and you look at the ogres, and you look at the trolls, and you look at the dark elves, and you look at the wood elves, and you look at the high elves, and you realize every city has its own culture and their own story, etc. It's really cool. Ink. So that's kind of where I'm at. Torvo said, cool, thank you, bro. You're welcome, buddy. Great question. So what's my goal for EA? It's going to be basically to try different classes and just enjoy the vibe, you know, and go on an adventure with friends, you know what I mean? I want to be a place where you guys can hang out, where there's not going to be a lot of spoilers, where it's mainly just capturing the feeling and the vibe, and less of giving away spoilers and playing the game for you. Like, I don't want to play the game for you. Like, we can hang out together, you can enjoy the vibe, we can have a great conversation, but I want you guys to go in yourself and start your own adventures. And then we can group up and hang out. Like, you can still watch the stream and stuff, but, you know, this is just like us chilling, you know what I mean? Kind of like when we would play Zelda Ocarina of Time. I used to come over to my neighbor's house, and he would watch me play Ocarina of Time because he wasn't really good at playing the game, and he's like, I want to watch you play the game. I'm just here for the story, you know? So I kind of wanted to be just like us, chilling, enjoying the ride and having fun. The arrows are being stuck in bodies until you get the skill is crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. So many corpses. Let's see here. What is the level cap at EA, or at least initially Atari? Atari, I think it's level 60, dude. I think it's because right now, even in the beta, it's level 60. Dude, what the heck? I look forward to see what else they're gonna do with the archer, though. I hope they add like poisons and like interesting crafting options for bows. They were like specifically for the archer, you know what I mean? Separate from the ranger. I'm thinking druid first too. Love buffing and the travel. Torvo said, yeah, 100%. That's pretty much where I'm at. The only problem with that is there's gonna be so many druids at launch. It's gonna be crazy. But it's an easy class to get into. It's a good way of making money and so forth and so on. Wait, is this the character that I got? Fast metabolism? Yeah, I got fast metabolism, so that means I have more stamina. Okay, I think I'm good. I should have enough XP that if I die, I don't de-level. Really appreciate your company. So what I just did is I quickly leveled up and I got some experience so that just in case I do die, I don't de-level. All right, we're good. Oh man, this whole time I've been wasting this torch. I'm a dummy. All right, so Vontae is going to be excited because I have all this meat for him. Vontae, if you're listening, I'm bringing you all my meat. So, what is your goal for EA? Cool, thank you, bro. What do you think might be underplayed? I finally got a beta invite. Oh, wait, hold on. Torvo said, I finally got a beta invite to the PvP server. That's been an experience. Hey, man, but I'm actually glad that they did that because they gave people an option of, hey, if you want to play, they have an agenda that they want to test the PvP stuff. So it's like, yeah, you guys can sign up for the PvP and we're going to let in 500 players a week or something like that. But at least you get in the world, you know what I mean? So, and yeah, I can imagine it being an experience. Are you getting like ganked every 2 seconds everywhere you go? Or are some people grouping up and saying like, let's stick together so we don't get killed immediately? How's it been working out? Yeah, so as far as the finally got it. What do you think might be underplayed? So I actually was looking at the stats. So Sean and Ali and the rest of the dev team, whenever they put out their monthly or every other month updates, they put the stats from all of the playtests, and you can see how many people created a halfling, how many people created an archer, how many people created a druid. And I think the druid was the most common class combo, along with like either human or wood elf or something like that. So what I did is I picked a halfling archer because archer was the least selected race. Archer halfling was the least selected race class combo. So if you that's my suggestion to you is if you want to create something very unique, just pay attention to the updates that they post so you can get a vibe, statistically speaking, of what are people selecting and most likely to play. Now it might be different on launch day, but that's what I would do. That's what I did. But if you're just asking me what I think, honestly, what do I think will be underplayed? I think Spellblade might be underplayed. I think in the beginning maybe it will be underplayed, but then once people realize that you're basically like a sword wizard, they're going to be like, yeah, that's really tight. I don't normally play like a wizard class. But after I heard about the Spellblade, it made me very intrigued because it makes me think of Thranduil from Lord of the Rings, from The Hobbit, where he has the dual swords, and just what a badass he is. Is that his name? Thranduil? Yeah, Thranduil. So that's definitely one of the ones I'm gonna do. Thranduil, the Spellblade, Elessar, the Archer, Direbane, the Ranger, Dracos, the Druid, and Silmarillion, the Elementalist. Actually, it's not going to be Silmarillion. It might be something else, because Silmarillion is one of the lore books from Tolkien. I have a different name in mind, but that's just what I had written down. But Elementalist is going to be one I'm definitely doing. All right, really quick bio. Right there. Okay, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Whoops. Got some bread. The view is phenomenal. That's tight. So it's awesome seeing these kind of low poly EverQuest-esque graphics, but with modern lighting and atmospheric effects and weather and atmosphere and etc. Because I used to always say that if they took the original EverQuest with the low poly art style exactly the way it is and just upgraded the textures and added modern lighting, modern water, modern skybox, modern shadows, and like I already said, upgraded textures, the game would be phenomenal. Like literally that's all you need to do. Keep the game exactly the same. Add a little bit of quality of life to the UI. Look at the sun rays. Just look at them. Can you imagine being in Butcher Block Mountains or Lava Storm with like fog and ash falling in the sky, or in Kelethin with little leaves falling and the occasional sunbeam shining through, while keeping it foggy and musky. Musty, I don't know. Excuse me. Looks really cool. So, Talenthus said, I was a magician and EQ from 1999 to 2006. My urge is to be one again, but I want to try something else first. Had a monk too. He was at the 50 cap, but didn't get to 60. P99, I got my shaman to 56, I think. Dude, that's awesome. In P99, I actually got my druid to level 57. It's the highest level I've ever made in EverQuest. Ever. And it's so funny because you and me are exactly the same. Oh, actually, I don't know if this is accurate, but I played from 1999 to 2006. 2006 was senior year for me, which was part of the reasons why I stopped playing, but it was also because the game had changed too much because they introduced mercenaries, and I think mercenaries was one thing that I was super against. And then microtransactions, I think the first microtransaction was placed in EverQuest Live in 2006. Like, I could be off, but I seem to remember it was 2006. But the major thing for me was the mercenaries and Plane of Knowledge, because like everyone was in Plane of Knowledge. Like nobody was in EC Tunnel. Everyone was just like self-porting themselves using the POK books, and they would port to Plane of Knowledge and just buy all their spells, buy all their crafting, do all their crafting. Basically, they would never have to leave Plane of Knowledge unless they were going to go on a raid. So it was basically like a virtual lobby where you meet up with people before you go raiding. So EverQuest was ahead of its time. Like, you know how WoW, you can just go into a raid selector and you can choose your group. That's kind of what Plane of Knowledge was. You'd meet up, and then from there you can pretty much teleport anywhere in the world, or just get a port from somebody. Obviously, I know you couldn't teleport anywhere in the world, but there were Plane of Knowledge books scattered throughout the world strategically, so that you'd still need druids and wizards, but much less than you would need to rely on them in the classic era, which is understandable. The game was dying. There wasn't a lot of people playing it, hence why they added mercenaries, so people can still play the game even though they were alone, you know. people always say like why I'm against that stuff, like mercenaries and boxing, is because boxing and mercenaries were invented in response to the game dying. And EverQuest was the experience I had with EverQuest that made EverQuest was when, even when I wasn't grouping with people, when I would see people run past me back and forth, when I could ask for a port and somebody would port me, when I can go to EC Tunnel and I see a bustling live area with a bunch of people haggling and bartering, when I can go to the bank and say, does anyone have a SOW? Boom. When I meet up a random dude that's like level 40 and I'm like level 4, and he's like, hey, here's this leather armor and here is a damage shield and here I'm gonna heal you and I'm just gonna hang out with you for 15 minutes while I power level you just because. That's what made EverQuest great. It wasn't Kelethin, it wasn't the Crushbone Orcs, it wasn't Freeport, it wasn't the world. It was a combination of all of that, but mainly it was how lively the world felt and how interdependent we were on each other. So when I hear boxing or I hear NPC mercenaries, I think the world's dead, hence why you need that stuff. Otherwise, why would you need it? Finally got a beta invite. What do you think? Was Magician. Talenthus said, I picked Ixar Shaman. Not being able to use jaundiced clicky sucked, but I knew that when I created. Still made me sad later. Oh. So what is the jaundiced clicky? I've never heard of that. Sounds pretty cool though. Most people are grouping in PvP server, but I've definitely gotten ganked just scouting camps. Happy to play though. Yeah, that's cool. That's what I thought. I figured that, you know, for people that like you that got into the PvP beta, the best way to survive is just to group with other people and then, you know, hope that you don't get ganked every 2 minutes. But I mean, that's part of what makes it cool. Most people, Atari said you can still be Sal Marillion, the Italian wood elf. Sal Marillion, the Italian wood elf. That's funny. Talenthus said, yep, I quit for the same reason you did back then. Yeah, it was, I think it was 2006. So, plus it was kind of hard to get a girlfriend. Being 18 years old and a senior in high school, about to go to college, and explain your hobbies. What's your hobbies? Well, you know, I have a thing out for the Crushbone Orcs, and you know, me and my buddies like to teach them a lesson once in a while. And then from there, I like to go to EC Tunnel, and I want to get a, you know, I want to get a yak. It's a sword, you know, Yukisha, and it's really cool. And have you ever been to the Freeport boat? Oh man, I used to hunt the alluring sirens from level 12 to level 16. You should let me show you sometime. Yeah, I think if I still played EverQuest from 2006 and beyond, I probably would not have 3 wonderful kids. So where's the Smith, man? But then again, in hindsight, if I didn't have 3 kids, then I would have a lot more free time to play Monsters and Memories. So I guess, you know, you can look at it both ways. All right, let me check something, y'all. M&M Wiki. I'm going to check the map really quick. What the? What? Night Harbor. I don't need Night Harbor. I need Faelindral. Oh, there we go. So I want to find the smithing person. Didn't we find the smithing person earlier? smithing, jewel crafting, leatherworking. Oh, I know where it is. I know where it is. It should be by the Archer Fighter Guild. No, but I need the wood cutting. I'm trying to sell some of this resin. Oh, look, the legend himself, Monk Beans. We were talking about you. What's up, big dog? Doing well, man. Just chilling. Just made it to level 10. About to go adventure to the next zone over. Wolf Tooth. Jaundice. Okay, yeah, I quit for the same reason. Talentus said Jaundice Bone Bracer was just an infinite clicky level 34 shaman nuke. No mana, was incredibly helpful in all camps. Didn't have to waste mana, and you could just root and nuke the crap out of it mana free. Oh, that's pretty. That reminds me of the luminescent staff. I used to use that all the time as a druid. Atari said it sucks when you start watching social aspects of MMOs you love die because that's the soul of these games. Yeah, no, that's why. So one of the reasons why, you hear a lot of people ask the question, is this game solo friendly, or they need to make this game solo friendly, or is it soloable, and all this stuff is one of the reasons why these games die. Because they make these games solo friendly and they inadvertently kill the game before it even comes out because they think they're solving a problem, but they're actually creating a problem. With their solution, they're creating a problem. And the problem is, like, people think that they want a solo friendly MMO, but what they really want is they want an MMO that they can exist in, whether solo, whether in group. And you can make an MMORPG as solo friendly as you want, but it will never be fun if it's empty and if it's dead. But in the same, I think what people are confused about is when they say solo friendly, what they're asking for is they don't want a game that forces you to group. I think Pantheon did this for a while. They did the chevron thing where if you attack the mob, even if it was the same level as you, if it had a chevron, then it was automatically tuned to be like a group mob. And they took that away because they realized it was artificially forcing people to group, and people didn't like that. Eminem, for example, in EverQuest, they didn't have that issue. You could fight a level 50, a level 40. Like, let's say you took an Orc Centurion, right? And you're level 10 and it's level 10. And you put two Orc Centurions next to each other, and on one of them it was just like a normal level 10, and on the other one you put a little chevron marker, making it stronger artificially, so you couldn't solo it. Like, that's gamification, and that's not fun. I think you should be able to solo a level 10 or the same level as you, but it's not ideal, right? If you want to level the most efficient way possible, the most efficient way possible is to group up with Monk Beans, meet up with your boys, find a nice camp, and then just grind it out. But solo friendly shouldn't be a feature. It should just be part of the world. Like, for example, real life is solo friendly, but it's more advantageous. It's more advantageous if you do it through a group. Whether you're starting a business, whether you're getting in a relationship, whether you're finding a new job, whether you're learning how to do a new skill. The world, yes, you can solo it in life, but it's better to do it in a group. It's more efficient, right? And so that's pretty much how it is with these MMOs. You don't need to make the game quote unquote solo friendly. But you also shouldn't artificially make the game force you to group. I think that's what people are against. And when EverQuest started making changes to the original client, so that they can be more user friendly with World of Warcraft. And the more features, quote unquote features, that they would add, the more it would diminish the population, even though the reason they were adding those features was to combat the fact that there was people leaving the game, and there was fewer and fewer and fewer and people and like there was completely empty zones and stuff. And that's also the other aspect, is when you do too many expansions, and this is hindsight is 2020, so we're looking back at this now and we can see this, but when the world becomes so big and the population becomes so small, then the world feels dead and empty, you know? One of the things I like about what Sean and the team are talking about for M&M is that they want to focus, instead of like on expansions, they want to focus on modules. So instead of just creating a whole new continent, you can take, and this is just me speculating and making something up. Let's say you're running around Shaded Dunes or Night Harbor, and there's like a mountain, right? And you know where all the camps are, you know where all the caves are, but then they release a module where, you know, there was a crack in the cave and there's a secret where now you can go in, and then there's a whole new dungeon that goes to the underground that previously was undiscovered. Now to you, that's like a new experience, and you're like finding a new place, and it's a new place to hunt, and it's like a mini expansion. But from a development perspective, you're taking the existing world, and instead of forcing that player to go to a completely different continent, you're just basically expanding the existing world so that, you know, you can make the most of what you already created. That makes sense. I think from a development perspective, that's something that would be pretty cool to see them accomplish. It sucks when you start watching the social. Talenta said Ogre Troll Barbarian could use it. All shamans except Elessar could use it. Yeah, it's crazy how the Elessars were heavily nerfed. Like they were heavily discriminated on in the game and by the devs. Like as a Elessar, you couldn't wear certain armor, you couldn't use certain weapons, you couldn't go almost to any city. You were hated everywhere. It was kind of crazy. I think even some of the evil races hated you. Ogre Troll Barbarian could use it. All shamans. Monk Bean said, "What's up, big dog? Really happy to see you, brother." Later, they let Elessars wear plate armor, but they never changed the older items, so they were never updated. Yeah, true. Monk Bean said, "How you liking the Archer? Are they basically just glass cannons like Rangers without CC tank ability?" I'm not really sure. I mean, Rangers don't have spells, right? So I'm not sure if there's CC abilities because I haven't looked at the higher level skills. But there is like some crowd control like snare and root, and some other stuff like that. I'm not sure where they're going to go with it, but it does have, it's more focused on range and DPS. I'm able to tank a little bit, but we'll find out in a little bit. I'm going to go to the adjacent zone right now and go explore there. Don't make the game solo friendly, but incentivize grouping, i.e. full group bonus, etc. Yeah, exactly. It's simple as that. Monk, you're right. Based on what we were talking about. Monkey Bean said Elessars got the nerf because of the innate regen. Oh yeah, Elessars did have the innate regen. You're right about that. Alright, let's head over to the next zone. Yeah, but so far I'm liking the archer. I want them to evolve it a little bit more, which obviously they're going to. But what I'd like to see is like poisons and more stuff added to like basically expand on the fact that archers don't rely on magic. They're like I want them to be like the rogue of long range, right? So like multiple shots, AoE shots, like marksmanship shots, like right between the eyes or something like that. Poison shots where it can do different effects, like so poison for snare, poison for incapacitation, maybe even a temporary charm effect, right? I mean, when you introduce poisons, you can pretty much do anything you want, and that's similar to how like a rogue is. Rogues can poison and do other things. Oh, look at that skybox. They need to add some shooting stars. Alright, we got to be careful here because it's a lot more dangerous here than it is in Faelindral. A forest whelp ready to attack. Let's see if we can solo this dude. Oh, big damage. Yeah. This guy's the same level as me, so he's definitely hitting me pretty hard. Oof. And that's another thing I think they should add. So I mentioned poisons, I mentioned like the marksman shots. They also should add, and this stuff might already be in later levels. I don't know like what skills you get or you don't get with an archer. But more mobility, like more stuff like this, like so you can quickly move around, or like temporary burst of Legolas speed or something like that, so you can like create some distance between you and the NPC so you can land some shots. Talinthus said, I thought they were the same, just had to look at the class list. LOL. One being said, Talinthus, yeah, one of my issues when I go to play M&M is I get decision paralysis because so many classes seem to be too similar. Could easily slim down the classes, in my opinion. I hear what you're saying, but they're not going to do that. I think the best way to do it is just to pick a class you're interested in and then give it a shot. But I think the likelihood of them like reducing the class list is pretty much zero. Now, I don't want to be an absolutist, right? I think there's always a chance, right? Archer is one of the least played classes, and that's actually why I chose it. But I think people will want to just experiment and do different things. And if a class is unpopular, we actually were talking about this earlier. Some people want to play a class that's played less than all the other ones. So it actually creates a open door for people to experience a class that nobody else is doing, and it actually makes it a bit more unique for those people. I think it's just too soon, you know what I mean? I think the goal of alpha and beta is to get to early access with a proof of concept game. And then from early access to 1.0 launch, that's when they're going to focus on your skill in acrobatics has increased to 7. What the heck? I didn't even know there was a skill for acrobatics. Acrobatics, it's right there. Yeah, that's crazy. So, and then from there, they're going to start working on the class identities and like some, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of class identity already baked in, right? Obviously, that's why when people come in, they're like, they come from places like EverQuest and they're like, oh crap, the druid feels dope, or oh crap, the monk feels good, you know? But there's so much work to be done to tweak it and make it even better that nothing is finalized, you know? So I think anything that you would point out, like, hey, I feel like this is missing, it's probably something that's already being discussed. The good news is that they did say that they're keeping the game PvE oriented. So, and I'm glad they're sticking to their guns, because even though there's a PvP server, for example, you shouldn't balance the classes just to appease PvP. You know, one thing I liked about EverQuest was that it wasn't balanced at all. Like some classes were just objectively stronger and better. Like for example, a wizard against a warrior, the warrior's done. You know what I mean? Now, do I think they should make the warrior the same as they did in EverQuest? No, I think we've seen enough from MMOs that you can introduce some really good, I guess it's a fighter, not a warrior. You can introduce some things that are very unique and attractive that would make playing a warrior class a little bit more engaging than the classic EverQuest warrior. I think the ranger is a caster, a hybrid. You spend a lot of time casting, and then you also spend time range. And I think the benefit of a ranger is that you do have those druid spells, you know? So you're less of a caster like a druid, and you're more of basically a hybrid DPS caster. I think the direction of the archer is to make it pure DPS, pure, you know, you want the best possible marksmanship. It's going to be an archer. You want the best utility when it comes to acrobatics, movement, making those like Legolas type shots. It's going to be the archer. If you want solo ability and freedom, it's going to be a ranger, right? Because you're going to have a lot more stuff to help you control those situations when you're out and about alone. Like you won't be able to port like a druid, but you'll be able to snare like a druid. You'll be able to maybe put a dot like a druid, and the occasional nuke, you know. But ultimately, and this is all speculation, if you're going to compare raw DPS of archer versus ranger from a group perspective, I would assume that archer is definitely going to be dishing out a lot more damage in a group if he was chosen as a pure DPS versus a ranger. Ranger gives you more freedom. Archer gives you is more like of a purist, long range person. Here's how I would compare it. You have a monk and you have a fighter. They're both melee. They're both face to face, right? You have an archer and a ranger. They're both long range, but they're both DPS. You know, just like you wouldn't get rid of a monk because you have a fighter, I don't think it makes sense to get rid of an archer because you have a ranger, if that makes sense. It's the same school of damage, but it's done differently. What I'm really excited about trying is what do you call it? A spell blade. And here's the other thing, Monk. I know you've mentioned this before, but I really think you should just try what you want to try and not commit to it, because everything's gonna get wiped anyways. And people ask me all the time, what are my plans for EA? And I tell them, my plan is to stay below level 30. And the only way I'm going to achieve that is to keep making alts. So I'm going to make a druid. And then here, I have a whole list. So this is kind of like my plan. In no particular order. So Thranduil the Spellblade, Elessar the Archer, Direbane the Ranger, Dracos the Druid, Silmarillion the Elementalist. So yeah, that's pretty much the goal for early access, and I might add some other ones. So as far as like decision paralysis, I like the fact that I just have more options, you know. The more the merrier, but not like too many, obviously. I think there's only 13 or 12. No, there's 12 races, not counting the lizard men. That would make it 13. I think, how many classes are there planned? Monsters and memories. World classes. Archer, Bard, Beastmaster, Cleric, Druid, Elementalist, Enchanter, Fighter, Inquisitor, Monk, Necromancer, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Shadow Knight, holy crap, Shaman, Spellblade, 17, Wizard, 18 classes. That's crazy. Now, I would agree with you on one thing though. If you're saying like slim down the class selection because it's too much work for them to finish development, then sure. I mean, I could see that people downscale all the time. You know what I mean? They make compromises, but I don't think they're there yet. You know, I don't think they're at a point where hey, we should really think of like backing off, because they have like all these classes already created, like the spells are already in there. Like it's not finished, obviously, but there's enough done where it kind of makes sense to just keep going. But if like 1 year into early access, they feel like, yo, we can't keep up with all these changes to the we can't keep up with fleshing out all these classes, then yeah, sure, it's like, yeah, maybe we should think about removing some of these or mixing them together. I mean, but I genuinely think, honestly, the I don't know. I've gone on too long for this. Holy crap! What the heck? Shit. It's so dark. I can't even see these freaking dudes. Speaking of which, since it's nighttime, settings. Okay, yeah, we're good. Everything in this zone wants to kill me. Dude, I can't wait until it's daytime so I can actually see what the hell I'm attacking. Oh, what am I doing? Alright, let's see. Ooh, what is this? Greater Lightstone? Oh, nice. Does that give me light though? Oh, it does. Hey, look at that, boys. We got a greater Lightstone. Nice. That's dope. We're gonna save that for later. Can you wear it on your side? Yeah, you can. And does it have an image on it? Not yet. I was trying to see if it has an animation or no, like an orb. All right. Anyway, sorry. I was talking way too much. Talentus said, "Is there different languages for the races? I see language, common tongue on your skills list. Was funny seeing gibberish and EQ and slowly raising your proficiently." Yeah, that's one of the things they're going for. So they're embracing some of the classic EverQuest number go up EverQuest number go up skill, language, faction, like here are all my skills and stuff like that. So I think language is on here, swimming, yeah, here you go, common tongue. So I definitely want to see them expand on that. What is this? Tenacity. What is tenacity? Hold on, guys. Become tenacious, removing all mesmerize and incapacitate effects and granting you immunity from the 15 seconds. Oh, that's nifty. Dexterous. Become dexterous. Yeah, I think that's... Considering the cooldown is so long, they should maybe change that. All right, let's craft some stuff really quick, folks. Wait, what the heck? Oh, I'm sorry. Just don't mind me for 2 seconds. I'm trying to figure something out. Cloth bandage times 17. Heavy cloth bandage. Give me a second. This whole time I'm messing around, I forgot to put a campfire down. And another thing I wish I had SOW. That would be very helpful right about now. Talentus, is there different languages in the races? I see language common. Atari said Talentus, the infamous kick in WoW comes to mind. So is Archer a hybrid of Druid, Warrior, like an EQ? If so, is Archer a hybrid of Druid and Warrior? No. So think of, it's not a hybrid of anything. So an Archer is like a fighter. Whoops, sorry. So an Archer is like a fighter but long range. Or no, a rogue. An Archer is like a long range rogue. The idea, the best way I can compare it, and I could be wrong about this in the way I'm explaining it, but it's not a spellcaster, so it's nothing like a druid. Like kind of like a ranger. A ranger is a combination of a hybrid between I guess you can say, well, it's not a hybrid because a ranger, we all know, like established lore, a ranger, right? But we know that in the EverQuest world, it has druidic skills. If you look at Tolkien or Lord of the Rings, a ranger there is completely different than an EverQuest, because in EverQuest it's a combination of a druid and like a warrior, I guess you can say. Here, an archer is like a Tolkien ranger, like Aragorn, for example. Yeah, I guess you can say like Aragorn. A lot more melee, a lot more long range, no spell casting, nothing like that. But yeah, I would compare it to a rogue, because what does rogue do? They're really good at dealing out damage, but they're hard at taking hits. So they have to use utilities like sneak, hide, backstab, poison, traps, etc. to win the fight if they're solo. And if they're in a group, then they need to be strategically placed to deal out as much damage as possible, typically from the back, right? An archer, in the same token, is doing similar to what a rogue would do. His goal is to keep the distance. Just like a rogue would hide and sneak, an archer's job is to move and stay away. A ranger, on the other hand, they don't need to move as much. They can root, they can snare, they can shoot, right? So you see the difference? So trust me, I when I heard about an archer, my first initial response was, it makes no sense. What's the point of an archer if there's a ranger? But it's because of the way I was comparing it. When you look at the archer from a pure melee perspective, it's more akin to a traditional, like, medieval archer that would be standing on the side of a castle shooting arrows and doing so efficiently. But again, it doesn't mean that it's the right thing, right? If there's not enough difference between an archer and a ranger, then you're 100% right. But so far, it does feel like two different classes, but it's not finished, and they definitely need to do more to make the archer more movement-oriented, I think. Kind of like, I forgot if it's the wizard or somebody else that gets blink, where you can kind of like teleport short distances. Like this skill right here. Watch this. Like, they need more stuff like this where you can kind of like jump backwards and move around quickly. I think that's going to make this class that much more appealing if you can use acrobatics and movement to your advantage. I meant, is ranger a hybrid of druid warrior? Sorry. I think ranger is just the easiest way to explain ranger is just like what you'd see in EverQuest. You know, they can shoot arrows nicely, and then they can yeah. That's, you know what? Yes, I'm gonna say yes to your question. I would assume so. Like I'm not an expert on these things, and you know me, Monk. I'm not an expert on anything when it comes to like the details behind the thing. For me, it's like, am I having fun or not? You know. But when I start getting into like the nitty gritty and trying to compare classes, like I'm terrible at that stuff. You know that. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't read the whole thing. So is Ranger a hybrid of Druid Warrior like an EQ? If so, does Archer just have nothing to do with the Ranger? Are the only similarities Rangers and Archer have is range bow attack? Yes. Yes. Exactly. So, like a warrior can shoot arrows, right? He can use a bow. But so can like 3 other classes. I think paladins can use bows and like whatever. The only thing that the archer and the druid have in common is they can use a bow and arrow, but so can warriors, and so I think even rogues can use bows. The important thing is that with an archer, all of the skills are tailored to specifically range. So I don't think they get a lot of like stuns or like, you know, they don't get any of the skills that a fighter would get. Like a fighter would get shield bash or stun or immobilate, or I'm just making stuff up. Maybe the druid class, or sorry, maybe the ranger class would get some of those skills, but the archer wouldn't, because he's so focused on quick shot, snaring shot, pinning shot, purging shot, disengagement, interrupting shot, flurry of arrows, aim shot, or this deadeye, which is lock onto your targets, granting you a chance to activate rapid shots on range attacks. So every single skill for an archer is all focused on range, period. They don't get like, so far as what I've seen, they don't get any kind of stuff specifically for I'm sorry, it's getting late, that's why I'm kind of like struggling to talk. Specifically for that. 38 minutes. Atari said 38 minutes till I can go to bed. Can't wait. Been up like 24 hours. Dude, you need to get some sleep. Hopefully you're staying up because you're at work or something. It's hard for me not to compare them to EQ rather than look at these classes and M&M as their own thing. Yeah, I mean, I hear that. Honestly, that's I think that's the biggest thing that I try not to compare it to EQ anymore, because they accomplished the goal of capturing the feeling that we used to get with EverQuest. I think that's what we were all looking for. We weren't looking for another EverQuest. We were looking for something that captures what EverQuest did. You know, completely, like WoW had a different experience. Dark Age of Camelot had a different experience. Guild Wars 2 had a different experience. They all are good in their own right, but they're different games and they have a different vibe. The vibe that EverQuest gave, I can't think of one MMO out there that has really captured that EverQuest vibe, that corpse run, that class interdependency, that, you know, feeling small in a big unforgiving world where you have to grind your way from the bottom, where you're just wearing tattered cloth to your first piece of stat gear, to this, that. That's the vibe that M&M captured. Everything else is going to be different. You're going to see similarities, obviously. Like, you're going to see some of the, maybe, like the way the questing system or crafting system is done. But all of that stuff still needs to be like polished and refined, and is likely going to change. So when it comes to the classes, you're going to see some similarities, and some stuff is going to feel exactly or similar to EQ. But the game itself, I think we should start looking at it from the light of, this is a completely different game. It just happens to give EQ vibes, you know? I was talking about this earlier when I was talking about Adrenaline Online, and I made the mistake of finishing the playtest for M&M, and then I went to play Adrenaline Online. And I came in looking for the same feeling I just had at M&M thinking like, all right, the adventure continues. But then I was like, why am I not having fun? And I realized it's because I was making the mistake of trying to play Adrenaline Online the same way I played M&M. It's a completely different game. Same genre, the classic MMO genre, but completely different vibe, completely different game. And only after I kind of shifted my mind to realizing like, oh crap, I'm not in M&M anymore. Only after that did I start having fun again, because I realized that Adrenaline Online is nothing like M&M. It is from the sense of like it's a classically inspired MMO, but that's pretty much it. It's hard not to compare these games, but you know, I've said this before about Pantheon, I've said it before about Ashes, Adrenaline, and M&M, and how I want these games to succeed because they're all different and unique in their own ways. But they're all similar. Adrenaline Online has SOW, Pantheon has SOW, M&M has SOW. So you're going to see these similarities, but I think instead of looking for similarities, it's just trying to find the fun of from what the game offers you, if that makes sense. All right, let's I really need to get SOW so I can kite. Gingerios, hello. It's hard not to compare because they share so many similarities, which is what drew me here to begin with. Yeah. But again, like I don't if anything, I'm at a stage with M&M where I don't want them to like bring in more, like I'm not looking for more simulators from EQ, because EQ is like a different universe and it's amazing on its own and it's always going to be amazing. But I think M&M has finally reached the point where it can stand on its own 2 feet, you know? All they have to do is just keep layering and more, adding more and more and more of what makes M&M great. Because all the mechanics that you're familiar with are there, but now I feel like it's time to it's like the more important thing is when you're designing this game is you don't want to lose the vibe. It's a very specific vibe. You can like, you take away the corpse run, or you take away you know, add fast travel or do something like that, like a little change here, a little change there, and this game will feel completely different, right? So they're at a point where they've already captured the vibe, and now they just need to layer in more lore, more fleshing out of the classes, more building of the cities and the zones. The skeleton is there, basically. The fun is there. So I no longer compare it to EQ, and actually I haven't played EQ in a very long time to even compare it to it. But I no longer compare it to EQ, and it's become its own kind of world, I guess. Its own experience, completely unique and separated from EverQuest, you know? Dang, I really need SOW. And right now I'm just messing around. I just wanted to check the zone out, but if I was trying to be efficient, I would probably just go get in a group right now. More wolf blood. Let's see here. Oh my gosh, look at this random dude. Okay. Well, I don't think it's SOW, but still grateful. And that was a full heal right there. Genhiro said hello. What do you think of the Paladin class? I'm most likely gonna main one. I have no idea. I think, do you have enough food and water? Yes, I have enough. 12 and 14. So, you know what? You just reminded me. I need to add that to my list of things I want to play. Paladin. And I had a name in mind. I have no idea. I'm assuming it's good, but I have only WoW Classic to compare. Never played EQ, was too young, but I will try Legends for sure. Yeah, I mean, Legends is going to be interesting because it's kind of a sandbox. Like, you can make any class combo you want, you know? I guess okay, I'm trying to think of it from a World of Warcraft perspective. I think if you're coming from World of Warcraft, then you should probably have a similar experience. A Paladin in M&M is a tank, but he also has the ability to heal, buff, and also I'm trying to think if there's crowd control. So crowd control Genjiros is when you can control, like, if you have 5 pulls and you have too many, like, you can stun one or snare one or root one or mesmerize it so it can't move. That's kind of like crowd control, CC. I don't know if they have CC, but I know they're healers and they're tanks. So like a Paladin will be able to do all the cool stuff, like wear plate armor, you know, wear some of the coolest plate armor. I'm new to this zone for sure. Still had so. I have only WoW Classic. What class is that guy? Telinus? Who evolved this? So he's a cleric. That's why he was able to give me the Holy Valor and the healing. All right, let me try this. Dang, this guy hits hard. I need SOW. I can't do this without SO. I have 0 mobility. How am I supposed to kill these guys? Alright guys, I'm not doing this, I'm sorry. Let's go get a SOW. I was literally just trying to experiment. I wasn't trying to get stuck in this thingamabobber. So yeah, anyways, that was a cleric. So a paladin would be a combination of like a warrior and a cleric. One second. Jinjiro said, I had a little experience with the Paladin in the open playtest, really having that WoW Classic vibe, but I think that's personal for everybody. Nice stream, by the way. Keep doing what you do. Hey, I appreciate that, man. And just so you know, I spent a ton of time playing World of Warcraft, so just so you know, like anyone from World of Warcraft or EverQuest or Dark Age of Camelot or Guild Wars 2, I've played them all. My favorite MMOs have always been World of Warcraft and EverQuest. I think World of Warcraft is a phenomenal game, and I'm not just saying that. I grew up playing Warcraft 1, 2, and 3, and I remember when they announced World of Warcraft, I immediately was just super thrilled. And I've told this story before in the interview I had with Slayheim, because he was asking about like my MMO experience, and one of the things I mentioned is that I think I've completed more World of Warcraft than I have EverQuest. Like EverQuest, I've played it for 25 years. It's my favorite MMO. My highest level is like level 57. In World of Warcraft, I actually completed but I completed a lot more experiences in WoW than I did in EverQuest, if that makes sense. Like if you compare me to my mod Monk Beans, who's in the chat, if you compare me side by side to him as far as EverQuest knowledge and experience, I'm a complete noob compared to him. Like I've never done a raid, I've never done a million different things. I've never had a level 60, which is cool because I'm gonna get to experience all those things for the first time. But with WoW, it's because it's a lot more linear. And you can just like come in and collect all the Zukin. Hey, it's Class&Cool. Thank you for. Can't wait for your Slayheim interview tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So the Zukin is one of the artists who Zukin. Not gonna stop ya. Too bad I was gonna clip it and use it for blackmail. So Zukin is one of the lead artists for Monsters and Memories. I'm gonna go find a SO and go kill some stuff. About the same, I'm 32 years old now and played WoW since I was 14, not always, but a fair amount. Looking forward to get some experience of the older MMO players because this leans more towards that, I think. Yeah, 100%, dude. That's pretty much where all of us are at. Same age group, same experience. You know, all those games in the early 2000s, they didn't hold your hand, and they basically respected your intelligence and respected your time. And when I say respected your time, it's like you can log in for a little bit and you could still feel like you got a lot accomplished. And that's what I like about these classic MMOs. Like I feel like modern games, they patronize me. Like they instead of respecting my intelligence, they insult my intelligence like I'm an idiot and I can't figure it out on my own. And they patronize me because they're like, here, we're going to give you all this extra stuff because you're too much of an idiot to figure it out. Or their definition of respecting my time is, here's a group finder because we don't trust you to be able to figure out how to engage another person and just say, what's up, bro? You want a group? Anyways, it's a lot of things. I'm just listing 3 things off the top of my head, but yeah, it's all pretty much the same. All right, let's see if we can find something. Atari said, I've got a lot of great memories from WoW. My first classes were Night Elf Rogue and a Troll Shaman. My first character on World of Warcraft was a Night Elf Druid. And it was like so jarring coming from like a EverQuest Druid to a freaking WoW Druid, because it's a completely different experience. Like a Druid in EverQuest is more like crowd control and like a toolbox of skills. Like you can teleport, you can heal, you can do damage, you can buff people, right? And in World of Warcraft, you're basically like a DPS and you have a pet, you know? So it was like, I went into World of Warcraft back when it first launched thinking, oh, cool, it's like a druid, just like an EverQuest. But it couldn't be further from like, it was just completely different, but in a good way. You know what? I just realized it's almost 4 a.m. There's only 12 people in here. Tell Blood, hey, sorry to bug, yeah, but are you around for a... So I'm trying to make the run to Night Harbor. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. So just a fair warning. For those of you that know, you know, but this is the part of the stream where I'm basically getting so sleepy that I'm going to start slurring my speech and just talking about random stuff. So I'm going to call it soon, but I still wanted to do a couple things. Excuse me. Ugh. I really want to make it to Night Harbor tonight, but it's going to be kind of hard. Unless I get a speed buff. Alright. I see the animation is still busted. Sometimes it's, sometimes the animation works for fishing, sometimes it doesn't. I feel like it's every other time. Trying to get some screenshots for later. Alright, what kind of fish did we get? Oh, we got some tattered cloth boots, nice. Oh, my bad, I missed your message. Genjiro said, true as for casual players. Right now, I became a father recently. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. I'm a dad myself. I got 3 kiddos, man. It's a huge task. True as for casual players. Right now, I became a father recently. It's helpful to play the game and get into endgame more quickly. It's also a bit perspective shift, but overall, I love the old school vibe. So that's going to be one thing that is like really like, I don't know, like a culture shock, I think, for people coming from modern MMOs, or even I guess classic MMOs, because WoW was similar. So there's definitely an end game, but in the same sentence, there's not really an end game. The way these games are designed is that the entire game is end game. So you can slow down and take your time from level 1 to 5, from 5 to 10. There's an experience behind every level group, and I think people will miss out on that experience if they think that they need to make it to endgame in order to experience the game. The experience is the game, is the level 1 to 5 and 10, and that's what makes these games so special, is that the progression, the slow and gradual progression, it makes it so much more worth it when you reach quote unquote end game, or we'll call it, for the sake of the argument, we're going to call it just high level, because again, you're going to have end game experiences at level 15 when you go to your first dungeon and you fight your first mini raid boss. It's going to feel like an end game experience. You know, there's going to be loot the drops. You're gonna negotiate and, you know, roll dice on who gets the equipment. There's gonna be some very difficult battles. There's gonna be deaths. There's gonna be corpse runs. There's gonna be a lot of stuff that are gonna challenge you in a similar way that you would be challenged in an endgame scenario. When you get that next piece of gear, whether you bought it, you traded it with a friend, or you grinded it, or you got it from a raid boss, every single piece of gear is going to feel impactful. And by the time you reach that high level, you're going to remember you're when you were level 5, level 15, level 20, because there's that entire journey is going to be painted with memories. That's hence the name Monsters and Memories. Not to sound corny or cliche, but that's pretty much what it is, you know? So the important thing, if they're going to accomplish this, they need a diverse world filled with different experiences, different races, different conflicts. And when you mix all that together, that's kind of what made EverQuest special, you know? A lot of World of Warcraft was birthed from a lot of EverQuest devs that left EverQuest, and they created an MMORPG that was more linear, story-based, feeding off of the lore from the Warcraft real-time strategy games, and created an atmosphere where it really was a linear journey from 1 to 50 or 60, where there was an actual end game. There was a story, a progression, and there was an end to that story. And one could even argue that you could have ended the game for, like, you could have ended World of Warcraft at Wrath of the Lich King, either that one or something else. But they decided to keep going. So that's like an actual end game, but it's also like a lot of players that they skip through the filler levels because the game the experience doesn't really come to life until you reach that high level, right? Here the experience is every single level. And feeling that gradual progression, feeling those mini victories, and pick like starting a side hustle, like maybe a trade skill, or you know, creating your own type of merchant class. Even like what was cool about EverQuest, for example, when you play a druid, one of the things I mentioned that they could do is they could port people. There was only 2 classes in the entire game that could port people: wizards and druids. So what happened is that druids and wizards, they made an economy out of teleporting people because there was no fast travel, and it took literal hours to get across to the other side of the world. So what a lot of people would do is they would advertise their services and say, porting to these locations, depending on which spells you had. And people would hail you or send you a tell and be like, yes, please, can you take me to East Commonlands, or West Commonlands, technically. And they'll be like, yeah, sure, where you at? I'm in Butcher Block Mountains. So you teleport to Butcher Block Mountains, you pick them up just like a taxi would, and you would teleport them to the destination that they're asking to get to, and they would pay you for it. Typically, the unspoken rule was it's 1 platinum per level. So if you're level 9, the expectation is that you'll pay 9 platinum. If you're level 34, you'll pay 34 platinum. But I mean, you can always pay more, or you can just be like, yo, I'm broke, or I'm on the way to a corpse run. And of course, in that case, druids, you know, had the honorable thing to do of just porting for free for corpse runs. But you see, you can literally get stuck at level 34 and port for like 100 hours and just stack your bread. You stop the leveling process completely. I did this. I stopped my leveling progress completely at like level 40 or 38. And I had a goal in mind of, I want to save up 3,000 platinum so I can buy this staff. And it was the luminescent staff. And all I did for like weeks and weeks and weeks is I would teleport people for money. I got it down to an art form where I had like a little macro set up where I would say porting to these locations, and then when I would add them to the group so I can teleport them, I'd be like offering these buffs, so like invisibility, levitate, and SOW, which is the speed buff. And the invis was just in case they were an evil race and I was teleporting them to a place where they could potentially get attacked. Levitate is just so that when they do get teleported to the place where I'm taking them, you know, let's say it's the lava storm mountains, there's a lot of lava there, so they can basically, you know, run through the zone without worrying about falling in. And most importantly, SOW, which is a speed buff, right? And that would enable them to just get across the world faster once I do teleport them. So I did this for literal weeks, and just to save up 3,000 platinum so I can buy the item that I wanted from another player. So it's just one of those examples of how these games create these organic experiences that are less frequent in linear games because the devs have already planned your route. And in this game, it's the devs aren't planning anything for you. They're saying, here's a crazy ass world. It's super dangerous. It's super diverse. There's races that hate each other. There's religions that hate each other. There's cities that are majestic and huge. There's evil monsters and dragons and this and that. You're going to get dropped in this world as a peon with no gear, no nothing, and no one's going to tell you where to go, which quest to start with. You're just going to have to go on your own little adventure and write your own journey. And that's why I say that there is no end game here in the traditional sense, like there is, but the end game is the game, starting from level 1. Hopefully that wrapped it up. I've been yapping long enough. But you like once you play the game several times and make enough alternative characters, like like for example, let's say I make a level 60 druid. It's my first character and I focus on him and I only play him from beginning to end. What a lot of people do is they create an alt, like a second character after they reach level 60, and then they want to twink it. So they want to get it all like the nicest loot at an early level, and then they want to power level it so they can rush the next character to end game, because maybe you really want to experience this dungeon, you know, as a ranger or a warrior, and you've already made it to level 60 with a druid. So there's still that, obviously. I mean, any MMORPG should have some form of end game from that perspective. All right, so we got a bunch of fish. The heck is this? I got a light snack. All right, we're gonna head out. I'm gonna take all this stuff and I'm gonna head out. Jen Jiro said, "Thanks, man. Have a great night." Hey, thank you, brother. Thanks for chatting. It was nice chatting with you. All right, let's head out. Just so you guys know, I'm still here, but it's gonna get a little bit quieter. Just because it's late and I'm gonna start wrapping up, but I just want to make it to Night Harbor before the night's out. So if you're gonna stick around, great. But if you're not, then thank you for hanging out, and I will catch you on the next one. But I'm still here. I'll send you guys my proper goodbyes at the end. I'll still be talking, but I'm just pacing myself for a little bit. When I think of something to talk about, I'll probably start talking. Or if somebody wants to chat, then you're more than welcome to do that. But for now, I'm just going to shut up and enjoy the run. And most importantly, I hope I don't die. Dang, that sucks. I guess they haven't updated fishing, so you can't fish at this dock for some reason. Hold on. Yeah. A fog settles in. Oh, that's dope. Fog just arrived out of nowhere. Why does it say you can't fish here? You can't fish here. You can't fish here. Okay. That's got to be a bug. Oh, well. Well, there you have it. That's what it's called to be in a beta. All right, everyone, thank you for hanging out. We're going to take the boat ride to Night Harbor, but I think I'm going to call it. So I'm going to say all my goodbyes right now. Talentis, thank you for hanging out. Atari, good to see you, brother. Thanks for hanging out. Vante, always a pleasure. And thank you for those new boots. Those were really dope. Classic EverQuest, always a pleasure. And make sure you guys check out Classic EverQuest's YouTube channel at Classic EverQuest. Monk Beans, good to see you, brother. And I like the conversation about the Archer and Ranger. Hopefully they continue to expand on the Archer and make it worthwhile. Jay Michaels, great to see you, man. Torvonilis, great to see you. Nice talking to you. Thanks for hanging out. Karsamir, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. Ublonsky, awesome running into you, and I hope to see you again soon. Janieros, nice talking to you. I'm glad that you're trying out M&M, and hopefully you enjoy it more. Arnland, great to see you, brother. Hit the Surf, what's up, man? Good to see you. Dan Molina, cheers, brother. Great to see you. Turin Horse, thanks for stopping by in Baines Way. Appreciate you, brother. You guys have a great night. I'm going to try to stay on the boat, but I need to get some sleep. So I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace.